Shanann Watts and her two daughters, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, vanished on Monday. Their startling disappearance triggering a statewide alert as police and the FBI focus on her home outside Denver, where she was last seen.
And the viciousness of the crime. And equally aggravating in this court's determination is the despicable act of disposing of the bodies in the manner in which they were done in this case. I've been a judicial officer now for starting my 17th year, and I could objectively say that this is perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to What's the Obsession. And I think that the judge said it right there, that it was one of the most senseless and inhumane acts that he had seen, in his career. And I think for a lot of us, we are still hung up on this case because what happened is so senseless and so inhumane. And you have to ask yourself when you learn about something like this, how could that possibly have happened, right? So I saw some of y'all, and welcome to everybody who's here. I'm so glad you guys are here. Come on in, everybody, get comfortable. I think I saw Kathleen Hutson, is that right? So true crime author Kathleen Hutson, her book Dream House just came out about the Corey Richens case, and she's going to be coming on the channel again soon to talk about the Watts case. Just when we said she wasn't going to discuss it again, only here exclusively on What's the Obsession, she is going to discuss it again. And we actually have some news. We're planning on traveling to Colorado, and I'll tell you more about that later. And Honey Bun, thank you so much for the gifted membership. And then the 5 more gifted memberships. You're so sweet and so giving, Honey Bun. And same to you, Jen. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And Kathleen, thank you for becoming a member, my darling. Our friend of the channel and author, Kathleen Hutson. Again, check out her new book, Dream House, about the Corey Richens case. She has all the inside scoops. And then Honey Bun's also been a member for 16 months. That's pretty awesome, Honey Bun. Thank you so much. And she says, how about some Watts talk? Make some noise. Woohoo! Yeah, exactly. Oh gosh. So I was just doing a live stream over with another friend of the channel, Tilted Lawyer, and he's going to be on here, just so y'all know, this coming Friday to talk about the Idaho case. So how cool is that? We're going to have an actual attorney here with us talking about the case. I have some specific questions for him. I'm so glad he's going to be coming on. So that's pretty awesome. And let's see. This has to do with this. Did that work? Cat Chick and I have been trying to purchase. Okay, so let me start out here. Plunder. We love Plunder. We always love Plunder. She's always getting all the documents, all the inside scoop, all the body cam footage, everything that we have to write those FOIA requests for. Plunder seems to get it. As it pertains to the former Shanann and Chris Watts house where the Miller family lived, I had done a FOIA request for this information. She got it. I didn't. Not yet, at least. Kudos to her. We love it. As long as it gets out there, I'm happy. But I want to know her secrets, right? So let's see. Yes, I'm going to check this. So I'm checking right now is I don't want to have to play Plunder's video with her reading the PDFs of all the police reports surrounding the arrest of the new man of the house after Chris Watts annihilated his whole family, 2025 Saratoga Trail, who was Justin Miller, who was also arrested for, well, it was charges of obstructing a telephone or telegraph because you're going to find out he took his wife's phone so she couldn't call 911. There was a child abuse charge in there. It was dropped. And then the other charge had to do with his interaction with the spouse. And let me just check this real quick, see if this worked. So what we're trying to do is buy the PDFs through Plunder's Patreon because she made them available. I tried and couldn't make it happen. So let's see. Let's see. Is this what I'm trying to? I'm going to check it out. I'm going to check this out when in a minute, because it's a little complicated, more so than I thought it was going to be, in a minute while I'm playing you something else. And thank you so much, Kessinger. I really appreciate you. Thank you for helping me out with that. I really appreciate it. Hi, Sherry. How are you doing? Hi, Gregory. I thought you were already a moderator. Thank you so much for moderating. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm so glad you're back. Hey, Mandy K. How's it going? Hey, Becky Boo. I'm just going to scroll down from where I'm at now. So if I miss you, I'm so sorry. It's not personal. Hey, Christina. Welcome. How are you doing? Midge Elkins. Wonderful to see you. Always great to see you. Got another Becky Boo. Mama Cat, how's it going? Nice to see you. She says, hello there. I've been watching your videos this week as I clean. I freaking love watching YouTube true crime as I clean. I do the same thing. Good stuff. Jen, hey, how are you doing? Thank you for moderating. Same to you, Anaphylaxis. And Gregory Worth again. We're so happy he's back. Let's see. And let's see, is this Maria? Maria, hi, how are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. And we've got Claire, am I saying that right? I hope I am. Welcome. I'm happy you're here. I hope I didn't say your name incorrectly. Utter, it's so wonderful seeing you. Thank you for coming over to Tilted Lawyer to check out that live stream as well. Interesting discussion, wasn't it? Sherry, our girl. We love our Sherry. Always wonderful to see you, my friend. And Patty Romero. Hi, honey. Welcome. How are you? Oh, look, I got a little bit. Oh, look, I got a little Lily. It's a little bunny break. Rarely happens in the beginning of the live stream. Isn't she so cute? It's my little Lily girl. Hi, honey. All right. And Michelle Fuller, welcome. How are you doing? And let's see. I'm just going to call you T for now. It's just because my eyesight isn't so great. Can't see that far. And Jody is cool. Welcome. Thank you for moderating and for all that you do. Jen Z, welcome. How are you doing? Edward Schwank, same for you. Thank you for moderating for all you do. And Utter again. So psyched she's here. Let me get back down to current times now. And if I missed you again, I'm so sorry. Please know it was not personal. Hey, Countryside Gal, how are you doing? April, how's it going? Welcome. Nice to see you. Keep traveling down to current times. Hey, Michelle G, how's it going? Welcome. So glad you're here. Hey, Kathleen. Awesome. So glad you're here, my darling. That's our girl, true crime author, Kathleen Hewson. Check out her latest book, Dream House. I was so honored that I was in the dedications to the book. I saw that, Kathleen. Thank you so much. It was like really touching. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, my girl. And then Happy, welcome. How are you doing? Amanda K again, Michelle G. Michelle G, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. It's great to see you, my friend. Hey, Matt, thank you for moderating as well. You came highly recommended from Kessinger. Thank you so much. Todd Jones, welcome. How are you doing? Hey, seriously, what does seriously say here? Kelly, hello, and great to see you. Great to see everybody. I hope y'all have a great Tuesday today, but I hope the rest of your week is the best of your week. That's wonderful. Much love. What a beautiful message. Thank you so much. Let's see. Hey, Vivian, how are you doing? Welcome. And then we've got Adam Drives. Helen, how are you doing, my friend? Kelsey, welcome. How are you doing? And Grandma Panda, welcome. How are you doing, Grandma Panda? Nice to see you. Awesome. Okay. So, well, we are going to be talking about what happened with the Watts house. And hey, Angie Erickson, how's it going? Nice to see you also. And what happened with that arrest. We're also going to just be talking about some other creepy, eerie things that have happened with this whole Watts house history. So while I'm checking to see if we have access to those PDFs, because again, Plunder just put out that video. I don't like to pick up people's videos and play it right after they put them out. But she is the one with the master knowledge because she's awesome and she works her butt off. If you are not subscribed to Plunder, you're missing out. Definitely go subscribe. It was such an honor. I am so honored. We love Kathleen. I am so honored. I am absolutely honored. Let me just bring in this little ditty that just has to do with some things that happened in the Watts house. Let's see. Did I bring that up yet? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. We're going to find out about now. Let's see. In this video was specifically centered around what happened in the Watts basement. It talks about a lot of things having to do with what happened in the Watts house. So I'm going to start this. I'm going to check on what Kessinger came up with, if we were able to break the code of Patreon or what, and just see where we're at, okay? And welcome. I'm so glad you guys are all here. Thank you so much for being here.
From Watts the Obsession, thanks for taking time to watch this video. Please click like and subscribe. Please be advised that this video will be discussing some facts and theories that are very difficult to hear. Viewer discretion is required. The Watts basement, Chris Watts' basement. It is a location that has been at the center of speculation by many for a number of reasons.
Y'all, hold on. It's our obligatory. This is happening. All right, I'm back. We're back. We're good. Sometimes that happens. Don't ask. I don't know. It's the Watts ghost. All right, here we go.
Did you go down to the basement? I thought the basement door open.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah.
Something's upsetting us. We will talk about that infamous basement, the reasons people speculate something nefarious and horrific may have happened in that basement, what Chris Watts himself had to say about that basement, including something that those of you who have more recently begun to follow this case probably do not know. There are a good number of people who speculate that Nicole Kessinger was in the basement at the time of the murders or after the murders in an effort to get rid of evidence. The question has long lingered. Was Nicole Kessinger, Chris Watts' former mistress, involved in this tragedy either before, during, or after the fact? Although the answer is still unknown, I am personally one of the people who believe there is more than enough evidence to show that Nicole Kessinger played some criminal part in this nightmare. As I pointed out many a times, for God's sake, she says so herself.
You had read some newspaper articles on the 13th and the 14th that regarded this case. You had also had a conversation with Chris at some point during the day on Monday. And on Tuesday, because of what you found, specifically what you said was, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but you found out that his wife was pregnant.
Yes.
And you did not know that prior. And you found that out via the newspaper articles, and that caused you concern. What did that cause you to do with your phone, though?
Oh, what? When I deleted those? Yeah. I was just kind of grossed out by him, to be honest with you. I was just like, I don't know what's going on right now, but you just lied to me, and I don't want to see this come over my phone anymore. So I removed it. It was the hurt that made me delete it. And then it was the lie that made me start questioning everything else he'd been telling me for the last few days.
And that's when you decided to come forward?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I believe that Nicole Kessinger should be charged with obstruction of justice, and whatever charges are found to be legitimate after a proper and thorough investigation of this crime is done, that includes an investigation into her role before, during, or after the murders. I am simply unsure if she was in the basement the night of August 12th and or going into the early morning of August 13th when Shanann arrived home at 1:48 a.m. from her delayed flight back to Denver from Arizona. The hard evidence we have showing Nicole Kessinger was at or very near the Watts home during the time that matters is at 6:16 a.m. phone ping in Fredrick, Colorado, placing her phone right near the house. Its location her phone had rarely registered ever, as far as we know. And as far as we know, it had never registered during the early morning hours. We also know the event immediately preceding the 6:16 a.m. ping, according to her phone records, is the end of the mysterious 111-minute phone call on Sunday evening, the evening before the murders that went from 9:28 p.m. to 11:19 p.m. The call that was significantly longer than any other call between Nicole Kessinger and Chris Watts, and it's also the call that is significantly longer than any other call that appears on her phone records for a period of 3 months. Must have been a big deal. It was a really long call. Now, please note, this entire video is not going to be about Nicole Kessinger and asking the question, was she in the basement or not? This is just one of the pieces of the puzzle, one of the possibilities having to do with the Watts basement in the evening of August 12th, going into the early morning of August 13th, that has been posed by many people out there for a number of reasons, and we are going to go over exactly why that is. We're going to take a turn and talk about Sherilyn Cato's book, Letters from Christopher, and we're going to read some letters that Chris Watts actually sent this author, Sherilyn Cato. Now, I must say that Sherilyn Cato's books have come into question. People wonder, are they authentic? Some people say that a vast portion of one of her books was taken directly from the discovery. People have questioned if the words that she says are from Chris Watts really are or not. So I'm just going to tell you this. We do know that Sherilyn Cato did talk to Chris Watts. She spoke with him over the phone and she visited him. We can tell this from the prisoner visitation logs and the list of people that Chris was allowing to visit him at Dodge Correctional Facility. Chris Watts himself also talked about the fact that he did speak with Sherilyn Cato. With that being said, aside from the letters that Christopher Watts wrote Sherilyn Cato, which is really great record of what was said, Sherilyn did not record the phone calls with Chris Watts. She did take notes during her phone calls or when she visited him at the prison, but still, much of what she tells us is very difficult to verify. The things that I like to focus on are the words from Chris Watts directly through his letters, and then things that can be corroborated by other pieces of evidence, facts, or things that we know to be true. Nicole Atkinson was Shanann's close friend. Shanann met Nicole Atkinson because when her mother, Sandy, and her father, Frank, lived in Colorado with Chris Watts, Bella, and, well, Shanann was pregnant with Cece. Her mother, Sandy, worked in a salon, and she worked with Nicole Atkinson. It is known that Shanann and Nicole Atkinson did not hit it off right away. They did not become friends right away. And when they did become friends was when Shanann convinced Nicole Atkinson to get involved with Thrive. After that happened, they became very close, very
Everything's cursed. Everything's cursed right now, but I'm back. I'm going to bring it back in. And then we got these PDFs, so we're all good on to that end.
Nicole Atkinson, who became alarmed after she dropped Shanann off at her house at 1:48 a.m. in the early morning hours of August 13th, she knew that Shanann had a mid-morning prenatal doctor's appointment.
Hi, Stacey. My name's Nicole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. I dropped her off at her house at 2 in the morning last night because we were out of town together, and we were on the way back from the airport, and she was having issues, and she's pregnant. And I haven't been able to get a hold of her this morning, and I've gone to her house, and her car's there, and stuff like that, but she won't answer the door, she won't answer phone calls, she won't answer text messages, and I'm just really, really concerned, and she had a doctor's appointment this morning, and she didn't go to it. And
she also knew that the 13th was supposed to be Bella's first day of kindergarten.
And then he said that she went on a play date with her other two daughters, but like if she went on a play date, they're both in car seats. Why would she not take her car?
Nicole Atkinson had just spent a long weekend with Shanann in Arizona for a Thrive business trip. And this was right after the 6 weeks that Shanann spent in North Carolina, when she started to watch her relationship unravel as her husband distanced himself from her dramatically. And it was over this past weekend when they were in Arizona that Shanann on Saturday night got the alert for the credit card that Chris used when he went out on his date with Nicole Kessinger to the Lazy Dog restaurant. And he said he had a beer and a salmon dinner, and the credit card was charged for a total that was much more than one beer and one salmon dinner would cost. After learning this information on that Arizona trip is when Shanann and her friends knew with some degree of certainty that Chris Watts was being unfaithful to Shanann.
We were out of town for work, and we flew in last night. Our flight got delayed, and I dropped her off at her house at 2 in the morning. She's 15 weeks pregnant, and she wasn't feeling well over the weekend, and she was very distraught and out of the sorts because her and her husband are having issues.
There are people, mostly YouTube channels, who have theorized that Nicole Atkinson did not in fact go home after she dropped Shanann off at 1:48 a.m. and she stayed the night in the Watts basement, and that she actually kind of knew what was really going on with Shanann, and this 911 call was staged, like she was part of the crime. Chris Watts has not implicated anyone else in this crime, and many believe, including myself, that his intense feelings for Nicole Kessinger would be enough reason for him to protect her, at least for now. But we know that Chris Watts was not in love with Nicole Atkinson. They weren't even particularly close.
Yes, we will be going over the arrest PDFs very shortly. And if you guys could all click like, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you guys so much for being here.
So let's take a look at what Sherilyn Cadle shared with the world about what Chris Watts had to say about Nicole Atkinson through his letters to Sherilyn Cadle. As far as Nicole Atkinson goes, I have nothing against her. She spent a lot of time with Shanann and knew that Shanann was upset at me and probably told her about the marital problems. When she didn't hear from Shanann the next day, she knew something was up, and she knew that Shanann always had her phone. Her actions at my house were out of a concerned friend who believed I had done something or caused my wife's depression over that weekend. She caused the police to come back a few minutes after they left to search my house and called up the news crews to come the day after. She was always nice to me, and when she came over, as I said, she was just a concerned friend. The YouTube issues I know nothing about. Nicole was a reserved woman that Shanann encouraged to put herself out and have her sell more thrive. Nicole wasn't as shy as people think, but she wasn't outgoing as Shanann was. And when it came to direct sales, Shanann was her teacher. So after being home for only 2 days from North Carolina, Shanann spent the early morning hours of the 10th to the late evening hours of the 12th with her friends in Arizona at a Lavelle conference. You can see from the text and discovery how upset and distraught Shanann truly was, and that her friends were trying to console her, including Nicole Atkinson. Great friends. We all want to have friends like that, like Nicole Atkinson. Now, although we don't necessarily believe everything that Chris Watts says, and it's wise to be reserved in taking everything that Sherilyn Cadle says at face value, in this case, what Chris Watts has to say in his letter to Sherilyn and what she tells the world about Chris Watts said about Nicole Atkinson aligns perfectly. Nicole Atkinson was not spending the night in the basement at the Watts house with knowledge of what happened the evening from the 12th to the 13th. She is just a good friend who is concerned about Shanann. Let's just move on from that. So I'm going to be reading you another part of Letters from Christopher, and I do want to warn you that we're going to start to approach the topics that I need to attach that trigger warning to, so to speak. This really is very difficult to hear content. And so if you know that might be upsetting to you, maybe it would be time to just step away, and you can think about if you want to watch this later, it's going to be available. But please don't, cause yourself anxiety or stress that you can't handle, because this kind of stuff does cause us anxiety and stress. It just does. So the beginning part of this letter just begins with some niceties and some small talk and reassuring Sherilyn Cadle of Chris's deep faith and pious devotion to the Lord, essentially, before he gets into some information about the investigation. He says, dayroom time is when we all can use the phone, watch TV, play cards, other games, and talk with each other. The rest of the night I spend reading or writing until I fall asleep, sometimes around 11 p.m. As you can see, I pray, read, and write a lot. My faith of the Lord is this steady. It's my stability. He gives me to spread his word. Consumes most of my day, and I love it. The Lord's presence lets me rest in peace, knowing that his grace and love surround me. You say the canine dogs went crazy in one spot in the basement, and I can't think of a physical reason why. I went downstairs that morning to the basement to get some trash bags, but that's it. I know dogs can see, feel things humans can't, so maybe they felt the evil spirits that were in the house. That's the only reason I can come up with why the dogs picked up anything in the basement. So here we hear a theme. It's a theme of evil, of possession, of energy lingering in the house or within Chris Watts himself that took over.
Yesterday when you were talking, and again, this is before we kind of got to this moment today, you mentioned that we were talking, you said, I don't know where they are, I don't know where they are.
Well, I did just put up a poll question if you all wouldn't mind asking. I see this is something that a lot of you are talking about in chat. Was Nicole Kessinger there in those early morning hours at the Watts house around the time of the murders? Please answer yes or no. I can't wait to see what you guys think.
You said something along the lines of, whatever happened to him was act of pure evil. What does that mean?
This is the evil that I saw when I walked behind Shanann and she was on top of CC. And then I felt evil right into Shanann.
Okay. Like at the end of the conversation, it's just like, that's what happened. Mm-hmm. I just wish I could have let go.
Did it seem like it was that long? 2 to 4 minutes? How long did it seem for you?
It almost kind of felt like it was longer almost, because it felt like time was standing still. It's kind of like I just saw my life just disappearing before my eyes, but it just like I couldn't let go. It was like somebody else, like if you picture somebody else around you, holding your hands, holding you, keep you from not letting
you are
go.
seeing actual drive from Chris Watts' house to Survey 319.
Oh, you're gonna have a little brother or sister? Yeah, you think so? Fuck. July, baby?
Good girl, Bella. You're so sweet.
Give her a kiss, Bella? Give her a kiss?
Daddy home.
Daddy home?
No.
No.
Yeah? Let's do it. Do a little hair. Ready? Set?
Cece, what's
Cece,
Daddy
I
doing?
am so sorry.
Well, guys, there's absolutely no doubt that something horribly evil happened in that house. And the reason I think that something horribly evil happened in that basement, well, there's actually several reasons. So I'm going to put them all together for you. And I have a very concrete theory on this one. I think I know exactly what happened in the basement, or at least one of the horrible events that happened in the basement of the Watts house. Guys, for Bella and Cece Watts, whatever happened in that house in 2825 Saratoga Trail, what I believe happened in the basement before Chris Watts got into his truck, brought his family with him in his truck in whatever state they were in, and took this desolate, isolated drive to Survey 319 before the girls went into the oil tanks. Whatever happened in that house was the last thing the girls experienced before they got into that truck to take their ride towards certain death. And to me, their experience matters. To me, their experience matters, and justice for them matters, regardless of whether there's a conviction on the books for this crime or not. Something that cannot be ignored, and I thought about time and time again over the years, is Jane, the dog handler, and her dog Cody. Cody absolutely positively hid down in the Watts basement. That is for certain. The dog gives a clear indication, a signaling bark, ruff, ruff, pause, even space time, ruff, ruff, pause, even space time. This is one of the many signals that dogs will give when they're trying to communicate with their humans to say, hey, you trained me and you wanted me to tell you something, and here it is, let's talk, right? Now, it's a little bit confusing because another dog handler and dog come down after Cody and Jane leave, as you're going to see, and that dog does not hit on anything, shows interest for certain in the unmade bed, but other than that, certainly does not give any indications. Now, I had done some research on these two dogs way back when, and I picked it up again rather recently, and I finally figured out why the two dogs have a different opinion. First, let's watch Jane and her dog Cody down in the basement.
Yep. Interesting, because immediately quiet. Are you trying to tell me something? Just think right. Here, check.
Something's upsetting up here.
Yep, something's upsetting in here.
Yes, that's up for you, 105.
Talk for you, Nicole. Cool.
105. You can text me to that meeting. I'll be on the same phone.
Something's upsetting here, in this area. Here. Something's upsetting him here.
Okay.
More to see he's something.
Money.
I think Jeff or one of them should come in here down there.
So,
Yeah, go get the baby car seat.
this bed is definitely not made. Stuff on hangers, coats.
That intensity, see, he hasn't been that intensity.
There's a dead wasp on the bed, but
He has not been that intensity, yeah.
there's a sleeping mask right here too.
Huh?
There's a sleeping mask right there too.
And this has not been cleaned up like
Mm-mm.
anything else.
Sure hasn't.
See, this may be her scent. Something has set him off.
Well, that's a like a night sleep.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. A night sleep mask.
Something has set him off down in this area.
Okay, so we also know that the investigators who went to visit Chris Watts at Dodge Correctional Facility in February of 2019 were very interested in the basement. They didn't ask a whole lot of pointed questions, which was really surprising and strange for such a long interview when so little is known about the actual details of the crime. But one thing they did ask specific questions on was, did Watts go into the basement? And they explain a little bit about why, and I'll expand more on that later in this video.
What other things did you do that maybe we even missed?
Start the phone and watch. Yeah. I think I threw the therapy book she wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning?
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just I just didn't think nothing was ever going to work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement? I thought the basement door opened.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah. So there was a lot of movement. I think it was around 4:26 or something. And from the garage door opening, the basement door opening, and then of course the living room sensors and all. Do you remember what you were doing all during that time?
You had a lot of steps. I'll just say that.
So like the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout, the bench press.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No,
it wasn't at your house. Okay,
no, it's like a garden level basement. So.
Okay.
But no, I don't know. Really, what's that? I don't think it worked out that morning.
Like, were you packing your lunch in the kitchen? Like, did you have to do all that normal stuff? Okay.
I packed lunch and everything. Did all that, but I don't remember about the basement. Unless I just worked out that morning, I just don't remember. I don't think it did.
So one of the more...
Plus there was a trash bag down there at that time.
Yeah, you got trash bags from there?
Maybe there wasn't even a garage. No one down there got one.
Do you normally carry a roll of trash bags in your truck?
No.
So there was a roll in the truck.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I just grabbed it and brought it with me then.
Oh, my. Does Mr. Watts ever have tells in his lies? We know when he's lying. We know when he's telling the truth. He's, like Tammy Lee said, he's really not a good liar. Listen, guys, Chris Watts remembers details about what happened on that horrible morning and even the late night before the horrible morning and the day after the murders happened and forward in time. He remembers so many things in detail. When he is asked a question and he doesn't have any reservation about giving the answer, he just gives a very normal, straightforward answer, as in like normal communication. Question asked, response given, fine, we move on. But this whole bit about when he's asked if he went down in the basement, he can't remember, and maybe he did this and maybe he did that, and just kind of stumbling around his words. And while he professes to have 140 IQ, he's just kind of, responding in these partial, like childlike sentences, really making not much sense at all. This is Chris's very awkward and not sophisticated way of dancing around the truth. This is one of his ways of lying. Chris Watts is totally lying about not remembering going down into the basement or remembering what he did when he went down into the basement, which of course begs for the next question. Then what is he hiding? Why does he not want to tell the investigators that he was down in the basement? Or what does he not want to disclose to them that he did or got while he was in the basement? I'm going to read you an excerpt from Cheryl Lynn Cato's book, Letters from Christopher. So this is in Chris Watts' own handwriting, and that is not contended. Now, the story that he tells here, I think it's getting close to the truth. It's different than what he told the FBI, and it's different what he later told Cheryl Lynn Cato, voice to voice, and several other people, including one person close to the Watts family who I spoke with myself well over a year ago. Let me first read to you what is in the book, Letters from Christopher, in Chris Watts' own handwriting. Please be aware, this is very hard to hear and your discretion must be used. August 13th, the morning of. I went to the girls' room first, before Shanann and I had our argument. I went to Belle's room, then Cece's room, and used a pillow from their bed. That's why the cause of death was smothering. After I left Cece's room, I then climbed back into bed with Shanann, and our argument ensued. After Shanann had passed, Bella and Cece woke back up. I'm not sure how they woke back up, but they did. It makes the act that much worse, knowing I went to their rooms first, and knowing I still took their lives at the oil field. That is such a hard story to take in, isn't it? I can remember the first time I heard that story, and I can remember just the absolute horror that resonated through me just thinking about, my gosh, he killed his children twice. However, that story doesn't account for a couple of things. It does not account for Jane's dog Cody hitting so strongly, so intensely, she said, in the basement. And it also does not account for the very strange story that he told the investigators when they went to Dodge Correctional Facility.
Now, I just want to point out a couple of things. Something that I just noticed, guys, that I had never noticed before, is in that letter to Sherilyn Kittle that Chris Watts wrote himself, you know, if this were even true, and I do believe that the truth was something like this, that, you know, he tried to do away with Bella and Cece, and it said, then he says at some point, or no, he says after Shanann was gone, they woke back up. I never had really put that together before, that he said specifically it was after Shanann was gone that they woke back up, which would mean if that story is actually how it went down, that he tried to do away with the girls close to the time when, you know, either Shanann got home or Shanann had just gotten home before he did away with Shanann. I think that could be significant. Then also talking about the dogs here, Midge Elkins made a point, and I have started a whole bunch of your comments here that we will go back over, saying wasn't the two dogs looking for weren't the two dogs looking for different scents? Jane's dog, okay, the second dog is what she's saying was looking for the scent of somebody that had passed, and Jane's dog was looking for the live scent of trauma, and that is exactly true. It says so in the discovery, and also when you read up about these different dogs and their specialties, it says so when you're reading about their specialties and anything that you read about them, any information about them. So it shouldn't be too strange to anybody that Jane's dog did pick up on the live scent of trauma down in the basement, and then the second dog didn't, because perhaps nobody did lose their life down in the basement. But we all know what this video is proposing happened to Cece in the basement. So really good point, Midge. Thank you.
About the very end moments of the girls' lives on the way to Survey 319 and at Survey 319. So I just want to listen to a very short portion of Chris Watts' confession from Dodge Correctional Facility in February of 2019 when the investigators went up to visit him. So there are kind of two parts to his confession about what happened to the girls before they broke for lunch, and he gave a certain set of details, and then after they returned from lunch and pressed for more details. So this is just kind of what he had to say about Bella and Cece each in short in that period of time when he spoke before lunch.
So what happened next?
Bella came in.
Is that what happened? Bella came in. What she said?
Oh, why?
Did she hear something? Is that what she did?
Obviously, I think.
Okay.
CC was first. She did have a blanket. She had a blue blanket.
So was she alive when she went into the oil tank? No.
I put the blanket over her head.
And that's how she passed. Good brief.
Right?
Daddy?
I put the blanket over her head. I didn't want to. No. I strangled her right there in the back seat.
Okay. And then the same for Bella. Just without a blanket.
With the blanket.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look. It's like every time I closed my eyes, I started to hear her say, "Daddy, no," and that was it.
That's what Bella said.
I'm near that every day.
You got it.
Okay, guys, so now we're going to listen to the portion of what he had to say to the investigators after they returned to the prison after the lunch break. I've just noticed that he only talks about Bella, even though Cece was his favorite child. He admits that. He doesn't mention Cece's name, but once or twice, and he talks about Bella a whole lot. Okay, go ahead and listen.
So with the girls, talked about how they got into the truck with you and were alive. Are you 100% sure that's true? Okay.
Can we go back just a second? You talked about before that Bella walked in, though, to the bedroom. Can you tell us about that before you left?
Yeah, I was just getting the sheet off the bed, and she had walked in, and she had her little pink blanket with her. She's like, "What's wrong? What's wrong, mommy?"
And where was Shanann at that point?
Yeah, just pretty much on the bed, but she was face down.
Wrapped in the sheet. What'd you say?
It's like, she didn't feel good. That's when I tried to carry her downstairs.
Shanann?
Did you carry her like this? Did you drag her? How did you do it?
Attempted to pick her up and take her down, but I lost grip after a little while. I just had to pull.
Did Bella see you do that? What was Bella saying?
She started crying a little bit. She's like, "What's wrong, Mom?"
Well, what'd you say that time?
It's just feel good. She's a smart girl. She didn't know what's going on there.
Mm-hmm. Did she ever touch Shanann? Try to wake her up or anything? No.
She didn't want to see her or ask to see her or anything. And so that initial time, did she see you put Shanann in the truck? So she was kind of following you? Okay. So she followed you and you put Shanann in the truck. Yeah. And then what?
Cece wasn't up yet. She was just in her room. She was getting ready to get out of her bed. And then they were just walking around.
Cece wasn't up yet. She was just in her room, just, getting up out of bed. I don't buy that about that little girl's personality one bit.
On the house. Put my lunchbox and stuff in the truck, and then grab the kids and then put them in the bench sheet in the back.
Okay. So Shanann, is she kind of on the floor in the back? And they're just on the bench. Okay. And both alive at that point. Okay. Is there any reason you would feel uncomfortable to tell me that they? It's hard to see. Okay. And I believe you. I'm just I'm trying to make sure that I'm giving you all the opportunities to be comfortable enough to tell me exactly. Okay.
And they were like,
okay.
Trust me, I hear that every day when Bella was talking to me on the site.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
When she said, "Daddy, no." When we were driving to the site, she said, "Daddy, it smells."
Oh, okay. So that goes back to maybe Shanann evacuating herself.
I don't know if it was that. They know that smell like a skunk maybe sometimes.
Oh,
that's what I got some kind of smell that way, but I don't know what that was from.
And was that maybe outside the truck or is that in?
I don't know.
Okay. What did you guys talk about on the way out?
They were pretty quiet. They, laid next to each other.
Okay.
Maybe Bella in her lap and Cece in her lap, just back and forth.
Oh, okay. Just trading off like little ones do. Okay. Were they awake?
I think one would kind of fall asleep, probably. Cece would really kind of trade off back and forth.
Were they talking to you?
Just about, just saying, "Daddy, it smells."
Oh, okay.
It was early in the morning. They were showing up there early.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you have to? So you didn't have to wake Cece up?
There was the noise from trying to get Shanann downstairs.
Did she kind of fall down the stairs?
No, it was more like trying to get her down and from the steps, maybe her foot the next step kind of thing.
Oh.
They're licensed.
You mentioned Bella was first. Cece was first. Okay. Where exactly was she when it happened?
In the back seat.
Okay. Was she just right next to Bella?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So once again, was it a hand over her face? Was it?
It was a blanket over, and my hand.
And then your hand. Okay. And then so that just stopped her from breathing type thing. Okay. Did she struggle at all?
I don't think so, but I was blocking her face and my hand was right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You had one hand here and one hand over her mouth.
And we're just pushing her against the back of the seat type thing. Okay. What was Bella doing?
Sitting there next to it. She didn't know what was going on.
Okay. Could she see you? Okay. And then did that take a minute or two?
Nothing. I had no concept at the time.
In addition to the lack of details about Cece, I want you to notice here about when Graham Coder asks him about did it take a while, he says he didn't have any concept of time. Now let's listen to what he says about Bella.
And then once she's gone, then is it Bella next, or did you pull Cece out?
I pulled Cece out.
Okay, so once Cece's gone, Bella's still there in the car alive, and then you pulled Cece out. What'd you do with her? Okay. So she went into the tank, and Bella was still in the back of the truck alive. With regard to that tank, did you bring up Cece, put her down, open the hatch?
Brought her up, opened the hatch.
And put her in. Okay. When we talked the very first time we met, when we were talking about this, it was a matter of just lowering her down. Okay. And so she went in feet first. Okay. Was she able to fit pretty well? Was it snug?
I think so.
Okay. Did you have to move her around a little bit and get her in there?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
I didn't have to hit her
okay,
like that.
It's not like you stomped her in.
No.
Okay. And then close the hatch.
Yes.
Okay. And then went down to Bella. Tell me what happened there.
She said, "What happened to Cece?" Or she asked, "Is the same thing? The exact same thing that happened to me as Cece?"
Did she ask you that? Okay. So Bella's pretty smart. How did she sound when she asked you that, Chris?
Said that soft voice she always had.
What exactly did she say?
Said that it's the same thing that happened to me as Cece. And then I said, I don't even remember what I said. I don't know if I just said yes, like a horrible person, or if I just put that blanket over her too and did the same thing.
Let's just be clear, Chris Watts. Regardless of whether you said yes or not, you are a horrible, horrible, god-awful human being. So let's just be clear about that. My goodness. He's qualifying himself. I don't know if I said yes like a horrible person. What the heck is that? And Angie Erickson, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support for myself and the channel. And thank you for being here and for being part of the conversation. I appreciate you.
Great.
Same blanket, same way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said, "No, Daddy." And that's the last thing she said.
Did she say no, Daddy, please, no, Daddy type thing? Did she say, okay, don't do it?
She said, "No, Daddy."
Okay. Same way, hand on neck, hand over mouth, or hand over blanket with your double mouth. Okay. Did that take a couple minutes?
I like it.
Now here, when Graham Coder asked him the same question...
I just want to point out, and I know that this is absolutely horrible stuff to listen to here. It doesn't get any easier no matter how many times you listen to it. It's horrible what happened to these sweet little babies. And author Kathleen Hewson, I just want to mention, pointed out to me through text messaging that tomorrow, guys, would have been Cece Watts' 8th birthday. I mean, it's just heart-ripping, wrenching, horrible. It truly is. Even though this is so hard to listen to when the investigators are asking these questions of Chris Watts, and I think that Graham Coder is a very good investigator. I think he's a very good interrogator, questioner. I don't like how Tammy intervened, whatever. It doesn't matter what I think about this part, but I would just want to point out that what they are doing here, when they're asking all these questions, when they went back to Dodge Correctional Facility to try to corroborate, this information with his so-called confession, what they are doing is doing the job of the investigators and the prosecutors. Shame on, that whole team for not doing it properly. So these investigators have to go back retrospectively after the fact and try to actually prove the case that they should have done before they ever allowed the bastard to take a plea deal.
did it take a couple minutes? He says it felt like it. He answers far more questions in response to what happened to Bella on the ride to Survey 319 and at Survey 319 as compared to Cece. If you've noticed as well, during this entire story, Bella is the only one who he says said anything. She came into the room. She asked if mommy was okay. She said, Daddy, it smells when she was in the truck. She asked if he was going to do the same thing to her as he did to Cece. And he doesn't mention that Cece said anything that entire time. Now, we all know that Cece was a bundle of energy and Bella was rather quiet. So this is kind of interesting, right? We also listened to a part where Tammy Lee asked him, well, what about Cece? And he said, oh, she was still in her room. She was just waking up. I don't know, man. Cece seemed to, wake up and jump right into life. It seems to me that the investigators had an idea that perhaps Cece was not actually alive on the ride to Survey 319, and then obviously, certainly not while he was at Survey 319.
Can you tell us about, obviously, when the district attorney got up and talked about Bella's injuries and stuff?
I didn't want to hear about that.
Right. Can you tell us about that?
As far as like her biting her tongue?
And ripping her frenulum, which is that connective skin from your lip to your gum, it was gone. Her gums had it looked like a hole in them. And the pathologist said it was from her obviously struggling to get away.
I didn't know what that meant.
Yeah.
Could it be that that's what happened?
So I didn't put my hand over her like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, it would have been just downward pressure on her. This area.
I didn't see any of that one. It was like her lip was missing or something? Or?
No, see the skin that connects there? That was ripped. It was gone. So it kind of made a hole in her gum.
I'm just thinking maybe it's if her hand was not her head was twisting back and forth, could that have done that?
Yeah.
I had a blanket. I don't know.
Did you feel her doing that thrashing? You're trying to get away?
I felt her head moving back and forth.
You did?
But I didn't know that.
Could you tell if she was trying to yell or say anything? Or
only thing was Daddy no, and then some grunt here and there. And trying to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
My God, obviously that is absolutely so horrific. I personally believe that the only reason that Bella suffered those injuries and Cece had none is because Bella was alive. Oh God. On the ride to Survey 319 and at Survey 319, and her life did end very close to the way that Chris Watts disgustingly describes it here. And I also believe that Cece did not have any injuries because she was not alive at Survey 319 or on the ride to Survey 319. I believe she passed at the house. It doesn't make any sense with Cece, with all of her energy and personality and life, that she wouldn't fight back in a fight for her life, that she wouldn't be saying things all the way in the truck ride from Saratoga Trail to Survey 319. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, let's take a look at some of the body cam footage when Chris Watts arrived back at his house after Nicole Atkinson had called him. He had been out at the oil fields, and remember, he took such a long time to come back. They were starting to think about kicking in the door, and Officer Coonrod, Nicole Atkinson, and her children were there to greet him. Remember, instead of letting them all in through the front door, he goes through the garage door, ducks to pick up something in the car, and then goes into the house. It's over a minute later when he actually opens the front door and lets them in. So let's look at exactly what it is he does right after he allowed them to come in the house rather than to going around the house looking for his wife and children, which obviously we know he wouldn't do because he knew they were gone. Look at where he goes specifically.
Nikki, I'll give you permission to walk in my daughter's house.
Mind if I come in, Chris? Okay. Yeah. You checked upstairs, she's not there. I just want to make sure she's not passed out somewhere. Is she diabetic? You mind if I look around? Okay, thanks.
Oops, sorry. Oh, wait, hold it. Sorry, I got to bring the right one back into the stream. Sorry about that.
You mind if I look around? Okay, thanks. You're fine.
So we see that he goes right downstairs in the basement to let Dieter presumably out of his cage. Now, this is a little strange to me because when the investigators asked him, what did you do? Why were you going down in the basement? Why didn't he tell them that, oh, well, and I had to put Dieter in the cage before I left to work for the day? I mean, could that be because, he's thinking, oh, man, if I went to work, but Shanann and the girls were still home, Dieter wouldn't be put in his cage? But then you think, well, why would he mind telling them at that point when he's already in prison because they know that he killed his family? So why wouldn't he just say, yeah, well, when I was down in the basement, one of the things I did, because I knew no one would be home, I put Dieter in the cage. That would have satisfied them partially, accounted for some of his time running around on the first floor and going down into the basement. But he didn't tell them that. And the second he walked into the house there with Officer Coonrod there, he goes down in the basement to let Dieter out. Well, maybe it would have made sense to keep Dieter in his cage since he'd been in his cage a whole lot while the family was away in North Carolina. But I wonder if he went downstairs into the basement to check to see if everything that he should have cleaned up down there or put away down there was in fact put away. A quick check while he's going down there to let Dieter out of the cage. Now, why would I think that? Again, really quickly to what it was Dave Baumhover and Tammy Lee said about the activity in the house and in the basement around that time when they were asking if he went into the basement.
What other things did you do that maybe we even missed?
So the phone and watch. Yeah. I think I threw the therapy book she wanted me to read in the trash.
That was that morning?
I think so.
Were you trying to make it look like she threw it in the trash?
I don't know. I just didn't think nothing was ever gonna work again. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you go down to the basement? I thought the basement door opened.
Yeah, the door is open, but yeah. So there was a lot of movement. I think it was around 4:26 or something. From the garage door opening, the basement door opening, and then of course the living room sensors and all. Do you remember what you were doing all during that time?
You had a lot of steps. I'll just say that.
So like the basement, I'm not sure. I mean, the only thing I really have down there is my workout. My The bench press one.
Do you remember going down there for anything or opening that door for anything? Did you think about, well, maybe I'll take her out that way, or is it a walkout basement?
No.
It wasn't at your house. Okay.
No, it's like a garden level basement. So.
Okay.
But no, I'm not really. What's that? I don't think it worked out that morning.
Like, were you packing your lunch in the kitchen? Like, did you have to do all that normal stuff? Okay.
I packed lunch and everything. Did all that, but I don't remember about the basement. Unless I just worked out that morning, I just don't remember. I don't think it did.
So one of the more.
Unless there was a trash bag down there at that time.
Yeah, you got trash bags from there.
Maybe there wasn't any in the garage. No one down there got one.
Do you normally carry a roll of trash bags in your truck?
No.
So there was a roll in the truck.
I was, yeah. I mean, maybe I just grabbed it and brought it with me then.
So in the letter from Christopher Watts to Shanann Cato that we read that was from her book earlier in this video, he expands on the confession that he gave the investigators when they visited him in prison in February of 2019. But guys, there is yet another story. Now, this story was told to Shanann Cato. Shanann Cato told the story, and some people did not believe her. But I do know this story was told from Chris Watts to at least 3 other people. One of those people I spoke with about 2 years ago. Now, why haven't I talked about it until now? When I talked to this person about the story that I'm going to tell you, and maybe you've heard it before, I just wasn't ready to talk about anything so horrific on my channel, and I didn't know if I ever would. Now, I don't have permission from this person at this point to disclose their name, but I have asked for that permission. And if they get back to me soon, I will, or at any time, I'll do a live stream so we can talk about it. And I actually would love to have them on.
I since then have expressly been not granted that permission. In fact, this person was upset with me that I brought this conversation up again, although I don't believe, well, many, if anyone, knows who it is, but I just wanted to give you that follow-up.
This person is close to the Watts family. So the story goes like this. Why did the dog Cody hit in the basement near the refrigerator? Well, according to Shanann Cato and the person I spoke with, Chris Watts believes it is because when he did, yes, try to kill both of his beautiful girls while they were at home at 2825 Saratoga Trail, he did believe he was successful. He panicked and he wasn't sure what he was going to do with them. He took Cece first down into the basement. He tried to put Cece in the refrigerator and she did not fit. I guess at that point, he was thinking that he would come back for the family later. He knew that he had to be at work. He had made a commitment to do something early that morning at Survey 319, and he just was not sure what he was going to do with the girls. Cece would not fit in that refrigerator, so he put her in a large plastic tote near the refrigerator and was going to apparently leave her there for the day while he was at work. Now, the story that he told about the girls waking up seems to be very true about Bella. Apparently, according to him, what he told these 3 people plus Shanann Cato is that Bella did wake up and she was fine, other than the fact that she was obviously horrified. Apparently, she had some marks and bruising on her face, but other than that, that sweet little angel was talking, as Chris Watts talked about, to several people, including the investigators at the prison, and she was walking about the house. Apparently, according to this story that he told Shanann Cato and 3 other people, little Cece did, in fact, wake back up as far as regaining consciousness. However, after that, she never talked again. Now, when we look at Chris Watts' health data from the app on his phone, we can see that this is supporting the story that he is telling. And he said that all this with Cece did happen right around 4:30 a.m., that same time that investigators were asking him about when they went to visit him at Dodge. We can see that right around 4:30 a.m., he took a whopping 1,500 steps in the house, apparently. And he also clocked 0.6 plus miles. 0.6 plus miles, that's over half a mile. That is a lot of steps and a lot of distance to cover while you're just walking around in your house. It seemed that, at that hour, right around 4:30 a.m., something went very wrong according to the plan that he had or was making up as he went along, and he had to scurry around his house to try to get things back in order, so to speak. Now, why is this horrible hard-to-hear information important? It's important because it gives us an idea of what really did or did not happen in that house and on that horrific morning. And another question is this the only thing that we know about what happened in that basement or in that house that has not yet been discovered officially, but those who have information behind the scenes, who have been following this case and doing their own research, might have? I think that there is more that we actually know about what happened in that basement and in that house on that horrible morning of August 13th and even the night before, the evening of August 12th. And we will be talking about that in the next video on this topic. I'm sorry this was so hard to hear, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you. Please click like and subscribe. And may Shanann, Celeste, Bella, and Nico rest in eternal peace.
All right, guys. So let me just bring it all back here. Oops. Okay, so welcome to everybody who's come in since I said welcome to all y'all most recently. So yeah, I wasn't planning on playing that whole video, but I needed to buy us some time because we were trying to download those PDFs having to do with the Justin Miller arrest, and it seemed like you guys were interested in that, so I just kept playing it. And that really is, it kind of lays out the theory that I believe to be true in a lot of ways. And from reading the comments and from talking to you guys in the past, I know many of you agree with elements of it and some of you do not. So let's just have a little discussion about that. I starred a number of comments. So let me just go ahead and just read through some of those comments. I already covered that one. Yeah, and so many people comment on. Mandy K says, they messed up. The dogs walked through so badly. Yeah, and just not listening to the dogs. Jane not listening to the dog, on two occasions, really it was. And when they were out by that, dumpster, when they were walking around in the neighborhood, and she was walking around with Stacey Galbraith, I believe it was, and the dog was indicating, and they were just straight up ignoring the dog. And it turns out that Chris Watts in his Dodge prison interview says that he discarded of some evidence in that dumpster. So that was a really big miss. And by the time they realized it was a missed opportunity, they looked into it to see if they could go look in that dumpster. And the dumpster had already gone to the dump. That I think they checked it on a Friday, that Tuesday, like a few days before. So it was a missed opportunity altogether. Yeah. And Sunshine on my shoulder asked if NK was given a lie detector test. This is a question that is asked often, so I just wanted to bring it out there and answer the question. No, she wasn't, because a lie detector polygraph requires consent, right? And there ain't no way Nicole Kessinger was ever going to grant consent to somebody hooking up lie detecting materials to her body. Hell no, it probably would have exploded. Lisa B says, we know that NK was involved in these murders. The real question is, why is Michael Rourke protecting her? And I just started that because it's a question I'm always asking. I've been looking deeply into it. So has my friend and author, Kathleen Hootson, has been looking into it as well. Actually, she and I are planning to go to Colorado later this summer to look deeper into that matter. So hopefully we'll have more to follow up to that end. And then Penny Packer said, did you cover the Millers yet? No, we haven't. We're going to get into that now, actually. Let me just take another couple comments, see if there's anything else. There's so much to discuss there as a follow-up, but I know that you guys also do want to hear the information about the Millers. And thank you to Kes Chick for making that possible. It was taking me so long with Plunder, got all this information from Weld County. She does a great job with FOIA requests. And I put in a FOIA request for this as well, because she said, I've had really bad history with Colorado, and she's talking about the Watts case. So I thought, oh no, if she can't get it, I don't know if anybody else has put that in. So I want to make sure someone gets it. So she got the information. That's awesome. We're so happy for that. So, she had on her Patreon site, you could buy the PDFs for like $3, which actually is very generous of her. It costs money and it takes a lot of effort to get that information. And I just could not get it to work for the life of me. So Kessinger sent me those on my phone so I can read them, from text, and we'll do it like that. And that is pertaining to the arrest of Justin Miller, who was the, man, the husband and wife with the 3 children, the 2 older daughters and the younger son, that moved into Shanann and Chris Watt's old house, 2825 Saratoga Trail. Eventually, it was years later, but eventually they were the next occupants. Carolina, welcome. How are you? Just happened to see your name. Welcome. Glad you're here. And everybody else who's come in, I'm glad you're here as well. Yeah, it would have exploded. Heck yeah. Let's see. And thank you so much, moderators. You guys are great. I see that you're working hard. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone in chat for having an adult, a great discussion. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Is it Jay Wilk 830 says, is it possible that her dad had pull or was something big, like powerful, and he made her a deal? That is a question many of us ask. It is really, truly so hard to understand why the FBI considered her a witness whose identity they needed to protect on the first day of questioning her, which was just 2 days after the murders. And this was actually prior to, guys, get this. I showed that page 287 in Discovery where it says Nicole Kessinger, and it says in capital letters, protect identity. That was noted on the 15th. That is like 2 days at the most, more like a day and a half after the murders. It was before the family's bodies were actually found. They were protecting her identity. And back to Lisa's question, I just find that to be absolutely mind-blowing. MMK says, I think Rourke just wanted a clean win. I think that's very much having to do with it too. NK would have meant a trial. Good call. Veronica, welcome, my friend. How are you doing? Please tell the DA you will not be talking about some girls with long blonde hair. Yeah, right. DA gets it all wrong, doesn't he? Good call, Veronica. JJ Justice says, I wonder if Chris is ever going to say what really happened. I wonder that too. Now, our friend Chris from the channel here, I don't think she's here tonight. I haven't seen her yet. She's the one that I attribute this kind of this thought to, or this theory to, that the more I think about it, I think she might be right. So we know that in Chris Watt's life, the person that he feels closest to is his father. It's his best friend. It might be the only other human being that I think he feels a real human attachment to, the way you and I feel a connection with other human beings, So she says that it may be only at this time, and perhaps at this time, when Chris Watt's father, Ronnie, passes, that Chris might finally tell the truth. Now, we certainly don't want for that day to happen. We love you, victims' family members, Ronnie, Cindy, Sandy, Frank, and then Frank and Jamie, the brothers and sisters. We respect all of them, but that's just her thought on it, and I think that very possibly could be right. Gregory Worth, we're so happy he's back. Thought he was a mod, but he's a mod now or again. Don't know how that happened, but thank you for everything. Gregory says, I believe if there's any paranormal activity in that house, it originated from NK's presence there. A lot of people think that. I think that's possible. I've lived in a home, with paranormal activity, and it's very uncomfortable feeling. Thank you for that, Gregory. Thank you. That's really important, and I appreciate your testimony to that as well. I think I shared with you guys a place that I lived in. It was my son. We moved out of there when we moved out of there and came up here, and he was in late kindergarten, so he was 6. All this weird stuff was happening. I'm not going to get into it right now, but as I was moving out, because I just couldn't take it anymore, we moved a box spring that was in the basement. It was really raw wall, really hard cement walls. And there was a huge, almost as tall as the basement ceiling, which was 7 or 8 feet, pentagram etched into that cement wall. Yeah, it was like that. So it's probably something like that. Great, you can relate to that, right, Gregory? Yeah, you feel it. Yeah. And Jen says, Gregory, I believe it. Yes. Hey, think for yourself. How's it going, my friend? Welcome. How are you doing? And then Mary says, Gregory, I think NK brought something there. Be careful while you're in Colorado. Yeah, I was just thinking, should I announce that beforehand? But thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Let's see. Keep going. And then we still have to talk about the Miller information. Yeah. Oh, Chris was here? Oh. Aw. Oh, there she is. Oh, yeah. Hey, girl. How you doing? I'm sorry I missed you. The chat is like moving a little bit fast from my perspective, and I've been getting some stuff here. So sorry I missed you. But yeah, that was, I thought about that a lot since you first said that. And I really think you might be right in that. Wendy L. thinks, and I hear you guys saying this enough, I think NK was in Kelly's last live stream I was in. Certainly is possible. I mean, the personality profile that I have, kind of what I think is like pegged for NK, definitely paints her as a type of personality where it'd be really hard for her to stay away from any conversations going on about her, even pertaining to something so horrible and something that I'm sure in one way or another impacted her significantly personally, even years down the road. I mean, I do think that that's possible. This channel or any other are talking about her. Grandma Panda says, yeah, I don't think the DA would pass a poly either, LOL. Sad, ain't it? Yeah. Do you guys cuss in front of your parents with law enforcement? Oh my God, cringe. Are you talking about Nicole Kessinger? Yes, if you haven't yet, if you could please take a moment and hit the like button, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for doing that. Thank you, I appreciate it. They need to tell the truth. The truth always needs to come out, doesn't it? And it certainly does in this case. Sweet Crazy says, I think she brought a demon into their house too, Nicole Kessinger. He went from classy to trashy. Who are you talking about, Rourke? MM Clark says, oh my God, I believe in that stuff. Yeah, I talked about that in the live stream recently. I don't think I have it in me to get back into it now, but yeah, I have to like get prepared to tell that story. What I can't understand is that the district attorney knows so much more, but refuses to do anything about it. Yes, thank you for saying that. How does that happen? That is a good question. Kessinger was involved in some capacity or another. And we know at the very least because she has admitted it in her very own voice with her very own like words that she has committed felony crimes pertaining to this case. It's come out of her very own mouth. How in God's name was a woman not charged? I have to know the answer. We don't have the answer now. I can't stand it. We're going to find it. We have to. Dora, welcome. How are you doing? Says, hi, that house always will be a sad tragedy story. Yeah, it really will be. Yeah. Yes, the Millers, how crazy. We're going to be talking about that in just a minute. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, and hey, Beard Freak, I said to you earlier, thanks for saying hi. I read your comment. You just like kind of like to stay and like listen. Thank you. But I'm glad to know you're here and thank you for listening. And Beard Freak says, don't let anyone know when you go. You know she lurks. I know. I really like second thought that. But I was just talking with I'm going with author Kathleen Hudson. We just made the plans. I was really excited to tell you guys, but yeah, you're right. Chris says, I've been gone for a while. I needed a break. I don't know how you sustained for so long. One YouTuber ruined my week and I was out of here. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Well, we love you here. We hope to make your week better. No, I feel you on that though. And I've actually been thinking about you. And I figured that it was something like that, but it's really nice to see you, my friend. You know, you're just one of my favorite people ever. Veronica says, when district attorney says, leave me alone. Oh my God, I know. It makes me want to throw up. Why? Because you have the entire world demanding justice that you don't do with so many emails. You don't do so many emails daily. I think no other case has this. Maybe look into it. Yeah, district attorney. Seriously. Yeah. I mean, why do you want to sleep? Because you don't want to work? Because you're a lazy bastard? A sack of potatoes with your young wife who's probably going to be over it soon? I don't know. Not a fan of his. And I told you the turning point with me was when his wife's podcast came out and I heard the way that he was talking about this case and the way that he was just getting details wrong and, you know, kind of getting details wrong about even like the R family. And I just thought it was so disrespectful and so unprofessional and so grotesque. That was my turning point, and now I'm on a mission. Sorry you did that to yourself, Rourke, because, you know, I'm a dog with a bone. And Kesh says, thank you, everyone, for being so respectful. Yes, I echo that. Thank you so much. And thank you, moderators. You guys are wonderful. I love y'all. Jen 8 says, I like to go through life believing that my dead relatives can't see me. That actually used to concern me when I was younger. Let's see. Dora says the only people who can live in the house will be Shanann, parents, nobody else. You mean like anyone else will have something bad happen? Is that what you mean? Yeah, please do hit the like. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yes, I sure will. Beard Freak, absolutely. Anaphylaxis, please gently caress the like button for Kelly. That's great, Anaphylaxis. Thank you. JJ Justice says Nicole left a few demons after reading what the new owners are going through. Yeah, maybe that should segue us right there. How far behind? Oh, just a minute. Really well said, Jody is cool. Says a woman and her girls weren't worth, and her unborn baby weren't worth an investigation. Yet another woman was granted no investigation. Great point. Really well said. I mean, when you look at it like that, it's like a no-brainer. Mandy K says, I'm sorry, but anytime there's an affair, the mistress or man has motive, and yes, and they're usually, yes, looked at just like the spouse or significant other. Absolutely. Every other time. It's protocol. I just don't understand why this one went the way it did. I have to know. We're going to find out together. J.S. Wick says, I think NK gave Chris some medicine to slip to Shanann to make her miscarry. I believe that to be true as well. Allegedly, I'm just saying, it's my alleged belief. Yeah, and others that are agreeing. Yeah, this is true. Clara says, Behind Criminal Minds did a study on work that explains a lot. Yeah, I saw that, and it is a great one. You guys should definitely check that out. Behind Criminal Minds. Joanne says, because he knows there was many issues with the evidence, gathering, analyzing, and such, that there was no investigation. Exactly. Really well said, Joanne. And this is really what I think is the bottom of it for it. I think that he realizes some of the problems with the investigation, like, you know, the video that I made, and I've talked about it several times, about all the evidence that was collected within Chris Watt's work truck and how critical that evidence was to a number of things. Was anybody else in his work truck? Were his dead or alive family members actually in that truck? And if they were, like him transporting them to Survey 319, by collecting the evidence and analyzing, you'd also be able to tell if they were actually deceased or alive. These are critical things that would corroborate or work against that so-called confession that he gave. They had all the evidence, they collected it, but they didn't analyze it. That is a huge issue. I believe that in and of itself could possibly throw a trial if you had the right defense attorneys. And for that reason, in addition to, I think, work just being lazy and always wanting the easy win that's going to bolster his ego, he, in his mind, with his priorities the way they are, couldn't possibly prosecute this case in a trial. He had to take the easy way out. It's a shame. It's a disgrace. You're a disgrace. Why did District Attorney Rourke's wife take the video down? I think it's still available on Amazon. I'm pretty sure it is. I can check in a little bit. It is of the podcast. The Survivor's Guide to True Crime. It's episode 51. Prosecutorial, what is it called? The Honorable Michael J. Rourke, Vicarious Prosecutorial Trauma, something of that nature. I'll find it for you if anyone wants to hear it. Hi, Ashley Victoria. How are you doing? Nice to see you as well. MM Clark agrees with you. He said, Joan, I think that's a really good point you just made. Okay, so now we're going to shift into the information about the Miller family. Now, again, it is the channel Plunder. If Ahmad could please grab Plunder's link, drop it in chat frequently. If you are not a subscriber to that channel now, you're missing out. She's amazing. She does such hard work on all these cases. She's just absolutely wonderful. The creator's name is Paula Mooney. We love her and adore her here. Thank you, Paula, for all that you do. So she is a person that made a FOIA request to Weld County to get the information surrounding the arrest of Justin Miller, and this is all a matter of public record now. I, was more careful in what I said about everything before. It wasn't such a matter of public record, but now it is, so it is, right? So she has, she got 6 PDFs from law enforcement that describe the arrest on the evening of February 11th, this 2024, just a few months ago. It was Super Bowl Sunday. And you know what? I need to get a drink. I'm just going to play a little bit of her video just to introduce this to you, and then I'll get into reading the PDFs. But I got to get a drink before I get into this. And thank you, Paula. I'm going to put this in the description. And everybody, please, please, please go check out her channel and subscribe. She really is magnificent. She's wonderful. She works hard for us, for everybody. She's great. She's one of those people you just don't have anything negative to say about. She's wonderful.
Scared of her husband, and he wrote his glass saying he is acting crazy, no weapons, husband, name, and date of birth in the call.
Plunder, true crime, audio.
4 units in route. It looks like the husband is drinking, but no drugs.
544 copy.
Fredrick 544 units in the route. It looks like the husband is being aggressive, and there are also kids in the house.
Found the rest of the Southwest substation. I have a trooper en route with me, with 3 juveniles in tow.
Fredrick 544 units on scene, dispatch status.
Dispatch Fredrick 544. Did you status check us? Everyone's code 4. I have 1 male in custody. We'll get his ID in a second. You contact the on-call victim's advocate, and either they can respond here, or if they want, they can call my work cell.
Yep, you heard that police audio dispatch correctly. Out of Fredrick, Colorado, being summoned once again to that infamous house, 2825 Saratoga Trail in Fredrick, Colorado. Beautiful home, haunting home. The home we saw featured in so many body cam videos back in 2018. Yes, it's the home of Chris and Shanann Watts. Well, it used to be until the Millers purchased the home.
Hey, Chris. So we need to have everybody step out of the house.
And can you believe the Millers had to summon the police as well when the husband, quote unquote, started going crazy on the wife? I've been really digging into this because I'm so fascinated by it. Let's explain what happened that day. Shakespeare could not have written such a plot, and sometimes life truly is stranger than fiction. So it was Sunday, February 11th. This year, 2024, it was actually Super Bowl Sunday. Another Sunday when something sinister happened in that house, and the husband began to allegedly, according to these court documents, according to the charges he pled guilty to, act with violence against his wife. And there's even a child abuse charge in here. So the sun had just set about an hour earlier, about 5:30 p.m. in Fredrick, Colorado. 1 hour later, as darkness began to fall upon that home, upon that area, trouble was once again afoot. Now, even though the home looks a little different, it's more spruced up from when we saw it being built by Chris and Shanann Watts and how they had it decorated and all the controversy therein, I can't help but wonder if the same wife-hating and child-hating spirit or something is lurking around that house. The dark paint might be gone on the outside, that hideous color that Chris Watts chose. Dark, dark, dark for the front of the home and the back of the home the way it used to be. Well, the Millers lightened it up, but that in and of itself apparently wasn't enough.
I'd like to go through your house. Are you okay with us searching through your house? All right.
And now we're going to learn more. Break up a 12-year marriage and experience a violent night that once again brought cops to the home. It was exactly 2008 days after Chris Watts took the lives of his pregnant wife, Shanann Watts, who was pregnant with their beautiful baby boy, Nico Lee Watts, and he took the life also of his daughters, Bella and Celeste Watts. That tragedy happened sometime Sunday, August 12th, as it bled into Monday, August 13th. 2008 days later, on February 11th, 2024, another would-be tragedy was happening. Thank God it was averted. Thank God no one lost their lives in this altercation. So it all started around 6:32 p.m. So says the Fredrick Police Department's offense report. Dispatch aired a disturbance in progress at a redacted home, at least according to the reports, but we heard it there in our ears. It's the Saratoga Trail home. I'd heard rumors and rumblings, and for months I've been tracking down exactly what happened that night. The parties involved were the Millers. Justin Miller is the husband. It's all a matter of public record. His name has been listed in an arrest report right there. For February 11th, 2024, there was only one person booked into the Weld County Jail, and that was the husband, Justin Miller, arrested February 11th at 6:53 p.m. We could hear them say one male in custody, and unfortunately, there was a victim's advocate, which would be needed, presumably for Justin's wife, and there were 3 juveniles in tow with the officer. So apparently, the juveniles had to go with the officer, at least temporarily, while this melee broke out, and they got their dad in custody, and their mom was likely getting help. She refused medical attention, even though she had a cut. How ominous. Now, people ironically know the Millers. The Millers went viral when their realtor posted their photos, and they became known as the couple who bought the home from the Watts, as it were. And there were so many eerie similarities that people began to notice. They got some controversy. They got some backlash. If you want to catch up on all that, check out the playlist of the whole Watts-Miller house case, linked to below. Well, people were hoping that the Millers would be able to fill the Watts home with love. They hoped, okay, Shanann had a dream. Shanann wanted to live happily ever after with her husband, Chris Watts, and her children, 2 girls and a boy. Chris Watts interrupted that plan. Demonically, he did not let that happen. Now he's serving the rest of his life in prison, as he should. So it was full of hope when the Millers went through so much to purchase that home. They got that home, they moved in, and they took an eerie photo which people couldn't help but compare to Chris and Shanann. Mrs. Miller was standing there in Shanann's kitchen, as it were, with the cabinets that Shanann's dad helped install and all of that. She stood there with some kind of black shirt. It was kind of off the shoulder, I guess. Next to her husband, he had a beard, and the 2 older girls and the little boy, the baby boy. People couldn't help but compare them to the Watts, of course, because they were a young, beautiful couple full of hopes and dreams with their 3 children standing in Shanann's kitchen. The Millers appeared to be the continuation of what Shanann would have had if her husband had acted right, acted in a godly manner, not cheated on her and not killed the entire family. They could have been standing there still in that kitchen with their 2 girls and their little boy. Well, the Millers were standing there instead, and people had a lot to say about it, so much so that Mrs. Miller clapped back and she defended her husband and she defended them purchasing the home. It was a long spiel. Check for it in my previous video. Well, now I could barely believe it when I saw what happened this night. Let's read all 6 PDFs that the police department sent to me. And if you want to read them yourselves, because I don't tend to scroll anything on the screen anymore because you never know what YouTube might.
Okay, sorry. I was just getting these ready for you here. Let me see. I'm still trying to put them in order. I guess it doesn't really matter. let's see. Just give me one moment here. Here, I'm just going to play a little 2.5 intermission break here so I can get this together, and then I'll get right into reading it.
Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, vanished on Monday. Their startling disappearance triggering a statewide alert as police and the FBI focus on her home outside Denver, where she was last seen.
And the viciousness of the crime. And equally aggravating in this court's determination is the despicable act of disposing of the bodies in the manner in which they were done in this case. I've been a judicial officer now for starting my 17th year, and I could objectively say that this is perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen.
I just need like 60 more seconds here, my friends, and then we're going to start this.
Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, vanished on Monday. Their startling disappearance triggering a statewide alert as police and the FBI focus on her home outside Denver, where she was last seen.
Okay, guys, so I think I've got this all ready for you. So what I'm going to do is there's 6 different PDFs that Plunder received through the FOIA Freedom of Information Act request from Weld County, from law enforcement. So she didn't want to show the PDFs on the screen. She said she never know what YouTube is going to like or not. I honestly never knew that was a thing, but since she said it, she probably knows that it is a thing. So it's making me hesitant to do that. So I just also wanted, that's what I was just doing while I was gone. I wanted to find something else that I could play for you to look at while I'm reading this, because I want you to be entertained. Well, I want your senses to be fulfilled in all kinds of ways. I should say it more like that, because calling this entertainment seems like not what I'm trying to say. All right. So, all right. So I'm just going to play that. Let me get this all, make sure we're all set up properly here. Okay. I'm just going to start randomly reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So this is from the Fredrick Police Department. It says, this is from Officer Goodman. Now it's interesting because all of these different officers here who are authoring these police reports, or you're going to see, I think it's Officer Coonrod that approves this report right here. I'm pretty sure this is the one. So I think to me that says that he may have gotten, a promotion and responsibility. Well, it is 6 years later, but I'm sure that he got kudos for the work he did on this case. You're going to recognize, if you're somebody who has read the discovery or has read the discovery again and again, or you're going to recognize these names for sure. Okay. So that's kind of interesting, right? Okay. So this is authored by Officer Ed Goodman. Okay. That is a name we recognize. I think we recognize all the names. So the charges are, so the date this happened was February 11th, 2024, Super Bowl Sunday. It was a Sunday at 6:32 p.m. So what the Super Bowl usually starts right around 6. So this is 6:30, well, Eastern time at least. So this was close to the beginning of the Super Bowl starting anyhow. So the charges were obstruction of telephone or telegraph service, and we're going to find out exactly why that is in a moment or a few moments. There was another charge of child abuse, and it says acted knowingly or recklessly where no death or injury results. And the other charge was domestic violence definitions, and it says constituting an act. So in Colorado, when I was researching this previously, there's different, domestic violence has different levels to it. We can go into that in more detail afterwards if you'd like, okay? So let me just get down to the jammy jam of the report. So again, this was authored by Officer Ed Goodman and approved by our friend who we all know very well, who was the first responding officer to Chris Watts' house when it was Chris Watts' house that day after Nicole Atkinson called the authorities after she was alarmed that she could not get a hold of Shanann. The first responding officer was Officer Scott Coonrod, and it is Scott Coonrod who approved this report by Officer Goodman. The narrative. Now, a lot of it is redacted, so please work with me. I'll have to say redacted or blank or something like that, okay? The suspect and 2 victims would later be identified to me verbally as redacted, of course. I mean, 3 of these subjects are minors, okay? Had advised redacted had advised dispatch of some of the following. And, you know, in this case, it says, like, she had friends over. I know that's Mrs. Miller, so I'm going to take the liberty of filling in that name when it's clear to me who it is. Mrs. Miller had friends over. Mr. Miller thinks she is cheating on him, then broke a wine glass. Mr. Miller was acting crazy. Yes, there has been drinking, but no drugs. Mr. Miller is being aggressive. Unknown party is vacuuming the broken glass. Their kids are in the house. She is crying. Mr. Miller gets really angry and does not like this. She was scared. Mr. Miller would take the kids and leave. Mr. Miller is really scary when he gets mad. These are like bullet points from this report here that I'm reading through right now. Mr. Miller took the phone and threw it before she could call 911. And that is why there is the charge of obstruction of telephone or telegraph service. And Mrs. Miller did not want Mr. Miller around anymore. Now the report narrates like this. I arrived on scene after other officers had already made contact with the Millers, and I was advised that Mr. Miller was in the garage. I went into the garage and made contact with Mr. Miller and Fredrick Officer Fountain, and as I did so, Mr. Miller explained the following. He and Mrs. Miller had been married for 12 years. Tonight, Mrs. Miller and her friend, only identified as Bonnie, and she's going to be an important player here, had been up in the loft. You know, so that's the loft that's on the second floor in between all of the bedrooms, where we saw Bella and Celeste jumping on the couch into their mother's arms, and Shanann had all of those, you know, Steelers blankets, and it was just kind of like their informal TV watching area, I guess. I wish this would replay. Can I make that happen? Let me see if I can. And it doesn't matter. I'll try to remember. Let's see. Mr. Miller saw his wife cheat on him with Bonnie on camera when Bonnie and Mrs. Miller had kissed. Bonnie had turned to look in his direction and then kissed Mrs. Miller. So Bonnie, the friend, looks directly at the camera and then turns to Mrs. Miller and kisses her. Does it sound like maybe she was trying to incite something? We really don't know. But anyway, that's, you know, what went down. Mr. Miller had confronted Redacted and he was upset. He slapped the glass of wine Mrs. Miller had been holding out of her hand. Got the 3-ring circus here going on now. Mr. Miller voluntarily showed a recorded video he had on his phone, which he said was from that night, and 2 females could be seen sitting close to each other on a couch. One female he identified as Bonnie turned and looked towards the camera, then turned to face Mrs. Miller and kisses her quickly on the lips. I then went to speak with, I believe it's Mrs. Miller, who was speaking with Sergeant Flunker, another name we know. As I spoke with Mrs. Miller, she made a statement that she was afraid of Mr. Miller and that tonight, when he confronted her, he smacked the wine glass out of her hand, knocking it to the floor. She pointed toward the carpet where I observed a red stain, which Mrs. Miller identified as red wine that had been in her glass. Mrs. Miller also showed me her right middle finger, and on the inside, the side next to her ring finger, I observed what appeared to be a small, fresh abrasion. I again went to the garage where Officer Fountain was still in contact with Mr. Miller and, redacted, made a claim that while he had been away on a recent work trip, there had been another meeting between Bonnie and Mrs. Miller at the house, which upset him. After further investigation, I was advised that the Millers had been married for 12 years, and they had 3 children together. All the children were biologically both of theirs. I was further advised that only Bonnie and Mrs. Miller had been in the same room, having come into the loft at some point and got on the couch up in the loft when Mr. Miller had confronted Mr. Miller and Bonnie about the incident. I was further advised that when Mr. Miller slapped the glass out of Mrs. Miller's hand, a child had seen it and became quite upset and was crying. Wait just a minute. I have to bring in something different into the background here because I'm not going to be able to keep changing this. So let me just bring something different in here. Share. I'm just going to have to play something, put it on. Oh yeah, I've got to bring something up first quick. Sorry guys. Here, I'll do this. Okay. Hold it. Okay. All right, little sweet pies. I was further advised that the other children had not seen the incident or been affected, as they had been downstairs along with a neighbor and his 12-year-old daughter. You guys saw how many black marks I'll show you are in this. You'll realize why it's a little difficult to read. While I was explaining the arrest to Mrs. Miller, she was crying and made statements that she was scared of Mr. Miller, as well as having concerns about her financial concerns. Once again, we have a young couple living in this house having financial concerns because, well, the expense of living in that house was just probably a little more than they were able to bear. I mean, they did qualify for the loan and for the purchase of the house, for the mortgage, but, you know, I guess it was a hefty burden, okay? I advised Redacted to let the victim advocate know of her concerns. Remember, in the beginning, we heard the arresting officer call for a victim's advocate to go to the house to talk to Mrs. Miller, and the victim's advocate would be able to make her fears known to the judge and to the district attorney. Mr. Miller was arrested for the following offenses: harassment, class 1 misdemeanor offense; obstruction of telephone or telegraph services, a class 1 misdemeanor offense; child abuse, a class 2 misdemeanor offense; and domestic violence, a crime enhancer. See the officer's report for further information. Mrs. Miller was provided with a VRA pamphlet, a victim's advocate, and victim's advocate E. Wolf. So it wasn't our friend Hazel, who we saw being the taxpayer dollars funded victim advocate for Nicole Kessinger in the last interview she had that was recorded with law enforcement, responded to the scene to meet with her. So a victim's advocate arrived on scene. This report is not verbatim accounting. The body-worn camera recording available for details and a report. And I've also submitted 2 FOIA requests for the body-worn camera footage. So hopefully myself or Plunder or somebody will be getting that soon. Okay, so. And I'd also like to thank Kes Chick for making it possible to read these PDFs because I was having a damn hard time getting them off of Plunder's Patreon, and she got them for me and paid for them, and thank you so much. Appreciate it a million times over. Thank you so much. You are awesome. Thank you. All right. So now we have, all right, so this is, okay, so this is a different report, and it says on Monday, February 12th. Okay, so this would be the following morning, okay? At approximately 6:12 p.m. or the next day, we're now into the evening, because remember, Mr. Miller was arrested and he was detained during that time. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's right. Dispatch received a request from Mr. Miller for a civil standby so he could pick up some of his essentials. Mr. Miller advised he had just been released from the NJC, where he was headed to the 7-Eleven on State Highway 52. He doesn't have a car. He's just on foot. I contacted Redacted, who provided me with a list of items he wanted, so that would be Mr. Miller. I then contacted Mr. Miller, who agreed to put Mr. Miller's requested items in his truck. So, you know, this is to the point where, you know, he's going to pick up his essential things. They aren't even wanting to see each other or able to see each other at this point. I met with Mr. Miller at that 7-Eleven, and we went to the house so Mr. Miller could pick up his personal and work trucks. Mr. Miller had complained that Mrs. Miller had now blocked his access to the cameras that are mounted throughout the interior of the house and had deleted all the videos. Because remember, the issue at hand was Mr. Miller seeing, video footage of that woman, Bonnie, and kissing Mrs. Miller. And that was what caused him to hit the wine of glass out of her hand. And I will say that, it does say eventually that it shattered on the ground. And, that's pretty thickly carpeted flooring up in that loft space. So, to hit something hard enough where it shatters on thickly carpeted floor, was pretty hard. But, okay, moving on with this. Oops. So now he's complaining that Mrs. Miller had blocked his access to see what was going on in those interior home cameras. I will note here that Mrs. Miller had told me earlier that she had no idea about how to control the recordings, and that the video cameras were a Mr. Miller thing, and that he had been the one to set them all up. I guess she learned real quick. Mr. Miller continued complaining that Mrs. Miller had deleted all of the proof that he had. Mr. Miller also made the remark that the interior camera does not record, but that he had to bring up the live view to record. Mr. Miller and I discussed whether the courts had made mention to him about being able to, or not having the ability to, remote into his house his video cameras. And instead of his answering me, he said that Mrs. Miller had kicked him out of the video feed account. So now I can't even see my kids. That was a quote. Mr. Miller then made the accusation, "You guys didn't even hear me out. You didn't let me talk and explain anything before you came down." I explained to Mr. Miller that he had been speaking with Officer Fountain, and he had made the accusation that I was doing it again, and I would not let him talk. I explained to him that I was just explaining. Oops, well, I've got to make this bigger so I can see better. Just one second here. There we go. I explained to him that I was just explaining to him because he was telling me I did not listen to him, that he had been trying to explain his point, and that I didn't even want to listen to him. I further told him not to tell me we hadn't listened to him because we did, and he said, "You didn't." Mr. Miller continued to say that we had not listened to my side before you just automatically threw me in a pair of handcuffs. Check on the video. Okay, good. Okay. Mr. Miller continued to try to log into the interior cameras, and he told me he was locked out of them and he couldn't show me what happened or all of the videos of everything that had happened, about what had started all of this, her doing what she had been doing. At that statement, I explained to Mr. Miller that we had seen all of that, the video, the previous evening, and that it was noted in my report of what he had shown us. I then asked him if he remembered showing us the video, and he reiterated that, and I reiterated that I had seen the video and had noted it in my report. I further explained to Mr. Miller that he had not been able to show us any other video the previous night. The Miller's neighbor arrived and helped move both of his vehicles. I cleared the scene with no issues. And again, that's Officer Goodman of the Fredrick Police Department. All right, next report. And thank you again, Kez Chick. You are amazing. Without you, this would not be possible. For real. All right, so now we have another report. Again, it says from Officer Goodman. Okay, on Monday, February 12th, 2024, and returning to work to write the supplemental narrative to add some detail, I attempted to review my body-worn camera recording to add those details, and hopefully we get to see it soon too. At that time, I was unable to locate any recording from my body-worn camera, which had not activated for some unknown reason. Great. Guess we won't. And my contacts were always in range of Sergeant Flunker or Officer Fountain, so their recordings can be referenced and would be accurate account of what information I gathered. One of the items I wanted to document here is that both of the Millers exhibited intoxication, to include bloodshot and watery eyes, odor of unknown alcoholic beverage on their breaths, and slurred speech. So he's saying here that both of the Millers, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, were exhibiting signs of intoxication. Mrs. Miller explained to me that she does not usually drink and admitted to me that this night she had drank 3 glasses of wine. Mrs. Miller had also explained that Mr. Miller had gotten her phone before she'd been able to call the police, and when I asked her if she had any other way to call the police after Mr. Miller had taken the phone, she told me that was her only phone. It should be noted, though, that there were 3 other adults in the residence at the time, as they had the guests over to watch the football game, and even though I had not confirmed it, it could be assumed that there were very possibly other phones available to her. It's to the charge of obstruction of telegraph or telephone service, okay? The video I'm playing right now is a video I uploaded recently. It's called Shanann Watts with Bell and CC, videos and photos I've rarely seen and haven't used in my content. So you can just enjoy seeing some pictures of these beautiful people who are unfortunately no longer with us. Such a horrible, horrible thing. All right, next report. Okay, so this is from Officer Anthony Fountain. So it's a different officer now. And this is from February 11th at 6:52 p.m. So the first person that responded to the call was at 6:32. So this is the evening of the incident. Oh, and he says, on February 11th, 2024, at approximately 6:32, I, Officer Fountain, was dispatched to 2825 Saratoga Trail, we know, on the report of a disturbance. Dispatch advised the reporting party was in an altercation with her husband and was afraid of her husband because he had broken a glass because he thought she was cheating on him. Again, because he saw this brief kiss between Bonnie and Mrs. Miller. Upon arrival, I spoke with Mr. Miller in the garage of the residence. Mr. Miller advised the following. The Millers had a group of friends over to watch the Super Bowl. The husbands were downstairs watching the game while the kids were upstairs in the loft. Mrs. Miller and her friend Bonnie, unknown last name or date of birth, she refuses to give additional details, probably smart of her, had left their husbands and went upstairs with each other. Mr. Miller wanted to check on the kids, so he pulled out the loft camera up on his phone. While watching the camera in the loft, Mr. Miller saw Mrs. Miller and Bonnie kiss. Mr. Miller continued explaining he'd been married for 12 years and they have 3 children together. Mr. Miller also stated he was upset because he had been with his wife for so long and she was cheating on him. Mr. Miller confronted Mrs. Miller alone in the garage about the shared kiss with Bonnie. Next, Mr. Miller entered the residence and told Bonnie and her husband to leave. At that point, Mrs. Miller was standing near Bonnie with a glass of wine in her hand. Mr. Miller stated as he swatted the glass of wine out of Mrs. Miller's hand, the glass broke, and he did so because he was emotional over the whole incident. Officer Goodman and I took Mr. Miller into custody, double locking each handcuff and checking for tightness. I transported Mr. Miller to the NJC and asked what Mr. Miller asked what he was being charged with, and I advised him harassment, obstruction of telephone services, and child abuse. Mr. Miller stated children were not around when he swatted the wine glass out of Mrs. Miller's hand. The children were in the basement. Mr. Miller was released into custody of booking staff without incident. Okay. Let me go on to another report here. All right. So now we have, okay, now this is the statement from the friend, Bonnie. I definitely am not saying her last name. Shit, I didn't even know it was on here. And they didn't redact it. Shame, shame, shame. I can't believe they didn't redact that. Oh, shame. That's not good. They even redacted them. Wow. That's surprising. That was quite a significant oversight. Do you, Fredrick Police Department, know how many people are following the Watts case still and are interested in the people who live in that house? You did not redact this neighbor's name. Are you serious? Wow. On Sunday, February 11th, 2024, at approximately 8:31 p.m., I, Sergeant Flunker, another name we know from the Watts discovery, while in full police uniform and fully marked police vehicle, heard officers being dispatched to 2825 Saratoga Trail. Just make it a little bigger. Okay. Dispatch advised there was a physical disturbance involving a husband and wife where the husband knocked a wine glass out of his wife's hand, being very confrontational. There were children in the home and he was following her around the house. Upon arrival, I observed that the front windows of the residence to be open and the lights on in the front room. So you can imagine walking up to 2825 Saratoga Trails. We know it to be now a lighter color. You know, seeing those windows open, the lights on, and, you know, that's what the scene would be. I observed a male, later identified as Mr. Miller, standing in the front room. As I walked up to the residence, someone closed the blinds and opened the door. I called out his name, Mr. Miller, to which he replied, "I am." Mr. Miller stated his wife, later identified as Mrs. Miller, was inside and knew the police had been called. Mr. Miller asked to go inside to put on shoes. I asked if we could come inside and he stated we could. So he gave them permission, consent to go in the house. He indicated that Mrs. Miller was upstairs. I proceeded upstairs and observed Mrs. Miller to be crying and speaking with someone on the telephone. I advised if she was on the phone with 911, she could hang up now. Mrs. Miller was extremely upset and crying. Mrs. Miller told me the following in response to my questions. The Millers have been married for 12 years and have 3 children together. They had friends over this evening to watch Super Bowl. Mrs. Miller and her friend Bonnie, last name not redacted, shame. That is just, that not good. I'm sorry, Bonnie. I'm not ever going to say her last name. That's why I'm glad I didn't show this. We're upstairs playing video games. Both were sitting on a love seat. Bonnie leaned over to kiss Mrs. Miller on the cheek at the same time that Mrs. Miller turned her face to face her. The kiss landed on Mrs. Miller's lips. Mr. Miller came upstairs and had Mrs. Miller go to the garage with him. Once in the garage, Mr. Miller accused Mrs. Miller of cheating on him with Bonnie. He showed Mrs. Miller the surveillance footage of the incidents between Bonnie and Mrs. Miller, and there is a camera that points in that direction. Mr. Miller had been drinking beers. Somebody stated several. And Mrs. Miller had 3 glasses of wine. Mr. Miller continued to yell at Mrs. Miller and get in her face. Mrs. Miller went back upstairs where her son, redacted, and it should be that way, now was there along with Bonnie. Redacted was now sitting on the love seat playing a video game, so it had to be the kid. And Bonnie and, no, the kid were standing behind, I'm not sure, it's just redacted. Redacted were standing behind the love seat. And then Mrs. Miller was holding a glass of wine. Mr. Miller came upstairs again and started yelling at both Mrs. Miller and Bonnie. Mr. Miller then hit Mrs. Miller's hand with a wine glass in it, knocking the wine glass to the carpeted floor, shattering the glass. Mrs. Miller then went into the bedroom. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Miller then went to the bedroom and took Mrs. Miller's cell phone and took it downstairs. Mrs. Miller believed it was so she... Oh, wait, hold it. Sorry. This is... Wait a minute. So I think this is a testimony Bonnie, so I'm not sure if it was Bonnie or Mrs. Miller. Believed it was so she could not call the police. Mr. Miller continued to yell at Mrs. Miller and Bonnie, telling Bonnie to leave. Bonnie and her husband, who had been downstairs during the incident, left the residence. Mrs. Miller was able to locate her phone and call 911. Mrs. Miller stated multiple times that she was very afraid of Mr. Miller and did not know how far he would take things. Redacted, I don't know if it's Mrs. Miller or Bonnie, did not feel safe with Mr. Miller in the house. Redacted, again, I don't know if it's Mrs. Miller or Bonnie, did not believe he would hurt the children, but did believe he might hurt her. Okay, so, well, again, we still don't know. Other officers were speaking with Mr. Miller in the garage while I was upstairs with redacted. I photographed the right middle finger where I observed some redness, and Mrs. Miller stated it did not hurt, but the marks were caused by Mr. Miller hitting the wine glass out of her hand. Mrs. Miller refused medical treatment when offered. I also photographed the wine stain on the carpet where Mrs. Miller stated the wine glass had fallen. Redacted had already cleaned up the glass prior to our arrival. I later uploaded the photographs to evidence.com. Officer Goodman came upstairs and spoke with Redacted. I briefly advised him of my conversation with Redacted. I advised him that Redacted was also upstairs during this incident. I think that means Bonnie. Officer Goodman returned to the garage, and I heard officers air over the police radio that Mr. Miller was placed into custody at approximately 6:53 hours. So they were there for 22 minutes before he was put into custody. I asked Redacted to remain upstairs while I checked on everyone downstairs. I spoke briefly with Redacted, who stated, Redacted, that Mr. Miller knocked the glass out of Mrs. Miller's hand and was yelling at her. He was visibly upset. So that's another neighbor witness. I spoke with the other children, who both stated they did not witness the incident but heard yelling and the glass breaking. Redacted, a next door neighbor, and his daughter, Redacted, had also been downstairs during the incident, and they stated hearing the argument of glass breaking but did not believe Mr. Miller would do anything to hurt his family. Oops. Okay, there we go. Once Mr. Miller had been removed from the residence, I advised Mrs. Miller of his arrest. Mrs. Miller was both visibly relieved and upset. I asked Mrs. Miller if there were any weapons in the house or if Mr. Miller had access to any guns. Mrs. Miller stated they had recently sold her last gun, so there were none in the house that she was aware of. I explained to Mrs. Miller what the next steps would be and advised by Officer Goodman that a victim advocate had been contacted and was on their way to the residence to speak with Mrs. Miller and the children. Redacted stated he would remain with Mrs. Miller until the victim's advocate arrived. Redacted provided me with Bonnie's phone number. I spoke with Bonnie over the telephone. She told me the following things in response to my questions. Now, so this is Bonnie's statement here. Mrs. Miller and Bonnie were upstairs playing video games when Mr. Miller comes up. Redacted leaves the area and goes somewhere else. When Mr. Miller comes back, or Mrs. Miller comes back, she tells Bonnie that Mr. Miller is freaking out. Mr. Miller then comes back upstairs, yells at both of them, smacks the wine glass out of her hand, causing it to break and get glass everywhere. This causes a child to start crying while Mr. Miller is still yelling at them, telling Bonnie to leave while accusing Mrs. Miller of cheating on him. Redacted brings up the vacuum cleaner and cleans up the broken glass. Bonnie states that Mrs. Miller believes Mr. Miller is going to hurt her, but won't leave because she won't leave the children there. So this is a statement from, it sounds like a trusted friend of Mrs. Miller. And she's saying, again, let me reiterate that. This friend states that Mrs. Miller believes that Mr. Miller is going to hurt her, but won't leave because she won't leave the children there. So we don't know, has this been like, an ongoing thing between them, a battle between them, this bad blood confrontation between them that their children are witnessing, what kind of level of aggression or violence could be going on in this home? We don't know. Bonnie stated Mr. Miller never touched her and she was not injured. Bonnie was concerned about giving her address as she did not want Mr. Miller to find out where she lives, or all the rest of us, Bonnie. I'm so sorry your last name is out there. I let somebody know I had spoken with Bonnie. At the time of this report, I have no further involvement in the case. See the officer's report. I recorded this contact with my body-worn camera and later uploaded my body-worn camera footage to evidence.com. And again, this is Sergeant Flunker. See if there's any more we haven't read. Let's see. Not sure if we read this one yet. Just give me a sec. Well, this just says, this is a supplementary report from Officer Goodman, who seemed to be the primary responding officer. He says, on Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, okay, so now we are over a week later, I was advised by the Fredrick detective, I didn't know how to say this in the Watts discovery, I still know how to say it, W-A-L-J-E, Walje, I'm not sure how to say it, but he was in the Watts discovery, that he had located my body-worn camera video footage from the incident, which I thought had not been recorded for an unknown reason. The recording had in fact been made, but it appears that I had inadvertently been using Detective Walje's body-worn camera. They do this. The supplemental report documents that the body-worn camera recording of my interactions of that night of the incident have been uploaded and saved to the evidence.com. And if you're granted body-worn camera footage as a result of a FOIA request, they usually give you the link to evidence.com these days. And they're now available for viewing. All right. So I think that's what we've got, my friends. So I haven't looked at chat or anything. I'm gonna drop the link to panel to see if anybody does want to come up and talk, since I haven't read a comment during the entire time I was reading that, so it's going to take me a minute to get caught up. Here it is, baby. All right. Oh, Swedish Mom, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, you've been a member for 1 month. Wonderful, Swedish Mom. Hello, how are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you. Steffi says, yeah, this is the one good thing that I feel like Kobach says, right? One of the very few. As what was said by the detective in that Nicole Kessinger interview, phone records don't lie, people do. Amen, sister. Jenny, important question. Craigrys don't get to have guns. How do we as a society regulate that? That is a very important and massive question. Really great question. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there has been filing for divorce yet. Does anybody know that? I have not yet seen any filing for divorce in public records or otherwise. Has there been an actual filing for divorce for the Miller family at this point? You know, we know that I can tell you that what happened, okay, so what happened in the court proceedings was that, well, the child abuse charge was dropped. Mrs. Miller made a special request to the court that Mr. Miller could go back to the house to pick up his belongings while she wasn't there, because there was indeed a protective order in place, which in Colorado can be commonplace after an instance of domestic abuse is reported. Kudos to Colorado for that. I think that's a good thing. Some states do not do that as a matter of regular practice. Colorado does. So she said, yes, you know, I'd like for you to make the exception that Mr. Miller can go back to our home because the protective order covered herself. I'm not sure about her children, but the property as well. But only when I'm not there. So we know that the state of their relationship was such where at the time of the hearing, Mrs. Miller, who attended by phone only, she did not make an appearance, only wanted Mr. Miller to be able to have access to the property to, you know, sort out his personal business, get his belongings and all of that while she wasn't there. She did not want to be in his presence. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. Oh, crazy smoke alarm. It must be catching on to the insanity that I've been going through because, jeez. I'm sorry about that. Jen, yeah, my heart goes out to the grandparents. Me too, all of them. The loss must be on word. Sending love to all the victims of this Watts crime. Very well said. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that you said that. I agree. All right, I'm going to give the link another time. My voice is quite frankly getting a little tired. If anyone would like to come up and talk, I would love you for it. All right, there's the link. And if you don't, it's okay. I still love you guys. Swedish Mom. Oh, I always remember it's always early morning for you. I hope we're not keeping you up. You're hearing those birds chirping. Let me go up and try to pick up some of these questions. Actually, hold it. I'm going to turn on the volume for this. Just literally give me like 90 seconds. I need to get a drink.
Chat and in your comments. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Watts the Obsession. So this video is going to...
Oh, hey, Chris, my girl. I'm so excited. I see you. I will be back in 90 seconds, honey. Stay right there.
Contain some photos and some videos of Sweet Bella and Celeste Watts, sometimes with their mother, Shanann, that I think you may not have seen before. I was digging way back into my Watts files, and I was looking for some things that I know I have not posted in any of my videos over the years, and this is what I came up with. Hey, now if you have seen them, you don't have to be nasty about it. I'm not saying that nobody's seen them ever. I'm just saying I don't see them around, and I know I haven't posted them, and I do want you to leave a comment letting us know what you think down below. Thank you so much for watching. Please click like and subscribe, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you. You gotta roll it. Push it down. Oh, good job. All right. Do another one.
Put a hot dog in it.
Roll it up.
That's not one.
No, okay. Put in there, and then like a blanket. Look, Bella, like a blanket. Good job. Let's do another one.
Again. This is just Cece being Cece. I'm going to afford to listen to this scream, this girl. And happy 8th birthday, Cece. Wild child. And then this is Belle and Cece with their Watts grandparents. You know, since they were with Sandy.
Kisses everywhere.
Wow.
I love it. I love it. Don't hurt your hand, baby.
Oh, thank you.
Still there?
Did you have one?
Can't see you, but I hear him.
Yeah, I can't see you. It's paused.
No fighting. Come on, Cece.
All right. Sweet Cece. And again, as Kathleen Hudson pointed out to us, Cece, today, now just turning today, would have been Cece Watts' 8th birthday. Such a tragedy. And Chris, my girl, now it says device not connected. But I want you to come up. Can you try again, my love? Yeah, it just says, there you go. Try come back up. And then this time I'll pull you up right away, and hopefully that'll work. Sorry about that. I just really just need to get a bottle of water. Sunkiss says Mr. Miller had a DUI prior. It's been verified on his arrest record. I was just looking on his arrest record, at least what I have in these files. I didn't see that, but you very well might be right. Hey, girl, how you doing?
Hi, long time no
I
chat.
know. I've been thinking about you. I have been thinking about you, and I think you know what I was thinking. I was like, I wonder if she's mad at me. I was like, don't be silly. We love each other. There's no reason. I know. I know. Some people need
You
a
know the
break from this
thing
space from
with
time to time.
the other YouTuber who doesn't like me for I don't
Right.
know because my dog. But see, Kelly, I have no chill in real life. So like if you take it low, I'm gonna take it to hell. That's just kind of the way I was built. So I just know to walk away. Like
There you
I like
go.
yeah, I got that petty gene really badly. I'm from New Jersey. I'm working on it.
No, I understand. I understand. I have that tendency. I feel like I, for some reason, like minimize it over time. But oh, I just want to say, Jenny, thank you so much for the super sticker. I just saw that, my friend. Thank you so much. It's been nice having you in your chat. I like reading your comments. Thank you for the support of myself and the channel. And thank you so much. And then also Chris 10 has been a member for 9 months. And she says, oh, you're so knowledgeable, wise, and caring, and you are too kind. Thank you so much. And Swedish Mom has been a member for a month. And hello, lady. All right.
Yeah,
So,
you really do navigate this all with grace, and you've sustained it for a very long time. And I realized within the first 4 minutes of a YouTuber I never heard of that I don't have that ability. So kudos to you.
well, you know, it's a lot of thanks to especially my moderators that have been with me for a really long time, like Joan and Utter and Nancy, who, when things first started like getting nasty, I mean, it affected me much differently. And I remember Nancy, who was my first moderator, she and I have become very good friends. She's not around as much anymore. She really only watches the Watts case, but she sometimes comes. I forgot to tell her what's going on, but she was like, "You better toughen up, Buttercup." And somebody else said to me, you know, you got to get some thicker skin or you're doing the wrong thing and you may as well just shut it down now. And I mean, I was like, you know what, if I am going to continue to do this, I do need to get thicker skin or, you know, I can't live being agonized by it all the time. It's taught me something. I don't know what, but something.
Yeah, I applaud you, but to dig into this Miller situation, shocked. I actually haven't looked at anything Watts probably in a month or so. I just needed to take a rest. Just kind of I needed a palate cleanser. But
Absolutely.
the first thing that stands out to me is just what I know of domestic violence, and it's something that's so near and dear to me. Um, the first time you lash
Yeah.
out is not in a house full of people. So for him to be that comfortable with neighbors and the husband of the woman, for him to become that aggressive in the presence of company m- makes me
Very well
very
said.
comfortable saying it wasn't the first time.
Very well said. I agree with you. And you know what? You know, and as you well know, all of the research that is out there, all of that data, those pie charts that I love, support exactly what you have said. That's a
hmm
very, very good point.
The
Important point.
the second thing that comes to me is that the fact that talking to the police that finances would even come up,
Yeah.
um,
It must
and
really
that
be weighing heavily, right?
weighing heavily, but also there it's not a marriage of equals per se. So it's like she's beholden to him in some way, and it's reinforced by the cameras. Like I have cameras in my house, but I'm not married, and it's just to make sure my kids aren't tearing my house up, and I don't even check them. So for the Super Bowl to be on and for you to be checking a live feed, there's a level of
Yeah, and
control
he says, oh,
there.
he wanted to check his children as if the children weren't upstairs with the mother and another mother. You know, that
Right.
was total BS. Yeah, that is. I felt the control vibe there very strongly. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So, like I said, it just breaks my heart for any woman who doesn't have the option to walk away. And I think what she was saying very clearly is, I don't have the option to leave, and so
that's
the
why the
best.
finances so naturally came into the
Yep,
conversation.
yep,
Yeah,
yep. And I'm not going to leave my children here. So
excellent
it
point.
it was interesting that that's just not a conversation in the heat of the moment that you typically have. So
Yeah.
to me, it gave a lot of background that, could predate them living in the home. He could have lost his mind moving in the home. They could be stretched. They still own another home 5 minutes away.
Yes.
Who's to say that there was, an active lease, or they were paying two mortgages, or maybe just the mortgage on the house is a stretch on top of the house being what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if she was upstairs kissing her girlfriend. Maybe NK put a sex rock under something upstairs. You just never,
Yeah.
you
Well,
never quite know, but it's just
you know,
odd.
and it's kind of like the impression I got is, and I don't know if this is true, guys. I'm just saying this is sort of like, what I get to thinking of. Like, we don't know their financial history. Maybe one of them is independent, comes from a
Right.
family where they're independently wealthy. Who knows? Trust fund, who knows? But, it seems like she's a stay-at-home mother, which is a very honorable thing to do. It seems like whatever lifestyle they're supporting with that one income. It's stated in, one of these reports here that I'm going to put you down, Lily. Okay, I have my little bunny here. I'm going to put her down now. Whoosh. Okay, sorry, honey. That his truck, much like Chris Watts, was his work truck. He had his work truck and then another car. So he's in a job where you're driving a work truck. So who knows what that is? But it is his. It seems like one salary supporting that entire lifestyle, the 3 children, the 2 adults, and the very nice home and everything else that they have. That sounds like, maybe like a lot of pressure on him. And, like to what you were saying, the sense of control that it seems like he has over her, a lot of control that she might feel he has over her, and that discomfort. It seems like there is maybe a lot of inequity. You could say, oh, that works perfect, a stay-at-home mom and somebody who brings home the bacon, or you could say they're very unevenly yoked, and that's creating a whole lot of friction.
Yeah, and she's young, so for the age of their kids, they married very young.
Yeah.
Um,
And they've been married 12 years.
12 years. She has a public social media account still, and where she comes across as very young.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
very,
Nice.
very young. And
Nice way to
so,
say.
obnoxiously young, actually.
Mm.
And so I, I don't know. It's interesting because it's kind of the same, right, as the Watts, except, Chris was the breadwinner. Shanann's finances were unclear, but the dynamics are the polar opposite. But it's, this one didn't end in, murder, but it ends in violence. Just whenever you
Yeah.
have that dynamic where somebody is underfoot,
Right.
it doesn't work for very long. It's a pressure cooker. When finances are skewed, or there's one person in charge of the finances, it doesn't work for very long. So I find it interesting,
Good point.
although they're opposite, there's so many parallels.
Yeah, no, I definitely see that as well. I see that as well for sure. And I'm looking for that. I want to find specifically how he wrote that statement about her bringing up her. Oh, okay. So he says, let me just read this one little paragraph here. While explaining the arrest to Mrs. Miller, she was crying and made statements that she was scared of Mr. Miller, as well as having concerns about her financial concerns.
Mhm.
I advise Mrs. Miller to let the victim's advocate know of her concerns, and the victim's advocate would be able to make her fears known to the judge and district attorney. I think you're spot on with that. I did not read that
Mhm.
but I think you read that correctly. Yep. Yep.
Oh wait, there's my husband's reaction. The husband's reaction was extreme. My bestie and I have never accidentally kissed ever in 35 years. There was something going on. Let's be adults about it. Um, I, I, I don't, I don't know. I don't know if they were kissing upstairs, a kiss on the cheeks, a kiss on the lips. E- Either way, is this the first, fifth, 10th time? It's just,
Right.
it doesn't end in violence. It doesn't end in, you know it sounds like there were neighbors' children in the house too. It's just it's a
Yeah.
little over the top, but why were you not watching the Super Bowl and
Right.
watching your live feed, you know?
Right, exactly.
It,
You know, and I see now in chat that people are having a discussion over, oh, just a kiss, or oh, well, here, let me read a few of these comments because I think you were reading a comment, right? That was good.
yeah, it was a super
Yeah.
like a big one.
Oh, okay. Here, let's see. Let me just grab a couple of these here. Hey, thanks, Maggie Bridget. Thank you for the super chat. Was this, and maybe this was one. And thank you so much, Maggie. How are you doing? I hadn't seen you yet. Nice to see you, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Says the husband's reaction was extreme. My
That's the
bestie
one.
and I have never accidentally kissed in 25 years. There was something going on. Let's be adults. Well, my bestie and I have intentionally kissed over the past 25 years, but not we've never anything romantic, but just something like silly like that, kiss her on the cheek. Like to me, that's like not a big deal. And
Same here.
and it's not to
Yeah.
say I am, I've always been a heterosexual woman. There's nothing other than that. But like I just, to me personally, I guess it's, to what your values and what your experience and your perspective is. Like that wouldn't be a big deal. And if, oh my God, if I ever were to date somebody who would have like freaked out like that over that happening, it would have had to have been done because it's just like, ugh, like that's how I feel. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, you're upset over that? What?
If my ex-husband would have saw my best friend and I kissed, we still would be married. Like,
yeah,
like
yeah,
I like I said, it sounds like I don't know if he in the police report. It sounds like he presented a video of the kiss, but it
yeah.
seems very innocuous because the police report, not him, says a peck on the lips or a quick kiss. So it could have been like I said, a twist of the. It just doesn't sound like anything that's like Showtime After Dark. I don't know.
Right, Showtime After Dark. I love you. You're so funny. Yeah, I think every okay, here's like the one characterization of it. Showed me a recorded video on his phone, which he said was from that night. Two females could be seen sitting close to each other on the couch. One female he identified as Bonnie turned and looked towards the camera, then turned to face Mrs. Miller and kisses her quickly on the lips. So the officer says quickly, and that's the verbiage I caught every time. But it also sounds like Bonnie was trying to incite him because two different officers say they observed that she looked directly at the camera, knowing that there were cameras in the interior of the house. And, Mr. Miller says, oh, there was another time previously that Bonnie came over and it started something. And I bet I would be willing to bet it was because those interior cameras caught them doing something Mr. Miller didn't like. So now Bonnie knows that those cameras are there. And she's like, haha, you and your motherfucking cameras, check this out.
Yeah, and somebody, I know there's different kinds, but as somebody with interior cameras, I have some that turn with motion, and I have some that like you can hear a click and the light turns green to know that I've activated it. So it's not like you don't know that camera's on
Right.
and I've had 3 different internal camera systems because live paranoid. So,
Live paranoid.
So is she like you would actually like you can actually either hear a click, see it, or the camera if it's motion based turn. So it's not like you're unaware. So it could have been a joke. And he
Yeah.
could be an asshole. So she could be
Right.
just messing with him.
And it's like her husband is there. Bonnie's husband is there. And it's like, definitely nothing to like, get aggressive to your wife to the point where you scare her over is, I guess what I'm seeing.
I don't know where Bonnie's husband is in all of this. And like,
he's downstairs. He's downstairs.
Why wasn't he hauled away too? Because if you come at like,
because he didn't knock a glass of wine out of anyone's hand and break it and make a kid cry and no one called 911 on him.
Did he like come to the defense of his wife and the best friend and say like, you've lost your damn mind, or hey, here's my cell phone call? Like, there were adults in that house with the cell phone, so even if he took hers, somebody else should have called.
Yeah, well, something I was thinking was like, to me, the way the situation was described, and I'm just being honest about the impression I had. Listen, guys, I'm making no judgment on these people or what they did. I truly am not. I truly am not. But I guess just, talking about even having a true crime channel, talking about the the caliber of unfortunate violence and aggression that we talk about, I'm thinking, okay, he knocked the wine out of her hand and, there's a little like mark on her milk. I was like, is that really a reason to call 911? Like, to me, 911 is like, I am in imminent jeopardy.
She's scared. She's scared, Kelly. This isn't the
Yeah.
first time.
No, you're right. You're right.
And this is also not the first time he's taken her phone either.
I think you're
Just
right.
saying.
No, you're right. You're right. So that was my first impression, but, and fortunately, and I know that, something that different in our past you and I have is you have some really freaking like scary, but luckily short-lived thanks to your dad and brothers, right? Like short-lived,
Yeah,
like
but in my
scary
family,
violence. You're like,
and
I
my
don't have that actually. So I don't have that. That's not informing me as I'm you know what I mean? So yeah, no, that's a really good point.
Yeah, no, I think of the and it is domestic violence is a generational thing in my family, which is why I could recognize it, and
Yeah.
it's not a thing in my life anymore, and it's how I choose to spend a lot of my volunteer time. But her reaction, and the reality is, because she had other people in the house, she could respond in the way that she probably wanted to respond many times before, if
Right.
that makes sense at all. There was a level
No,
of
it
safety
does.
with others there. So
And look,
he
and
had
after this one incident that in my mind wasn't like so super significant, but what do I know? It sounds like it was the thing that left to a permanent separation for them. And that's a really big deal.
and I think it's not what she needed, but it was like, there are other people seeing this. I'm able to call. Like I said, you don't just go for this. If she had never tried to call the cops before, he would have never taken her cell phone, if that
Right.
makes sense at all. So this
Yeah,
is not
absolutely. You wouldn't have
a
thought
first
to.
time.
No, those are some really seriously like keen observations. Thank you for all of that. Really. I mean, those are things I would not have thought of on my own. I appreciate that. Yeah, and that's why, it takes lots of different perspectives to make the world go on. Oh, and let me just read this from Maggie Bridget. Thank you again, Maggie Bridget Darlin. Says, I think there was an agreement. There was an agreement and the wife stepped out of it. Okay, you think there was an agreement between Mr. and Mrs. Miller and the wife stepped out of it?
With
Tell me more
Bonnie?
about that. I'll make sure I pick up your comment, sweetie. Oh, wait. She has another one. Thank you, darling. And let me read this too. If you leave another comment, I'll make sure I pick it up, sweetie pie. I have my theory, but I'm not saying it was a reason to get violent. Oh, tell us more about that. Either you can leave in the comments. I'll make sure I grab it for you. Or if you want to come up, I'll drop the link again because I'm interested to hear what you have to say. Yeah. And please, everybody feel like, I want everybody to feel like they can openly express their opinions here. Like, that's what we really want on this channel. We just ask that you, of course, be respectful to the victims and their family members and one another. But I think it's important to be able to have these kind of discussions like adults, because even with the way, I was looking at things and what Chris is now saying, like, she's making really good points that I know I would not have arrived at on my own, because my experience, even as my professional, experience and background, it's not what my experience. I think what your personal experience is what first informs you when you're looking at a situation or reading something, or that first assessment, right? Mm-hmm. So, what she is, the insights she's having on her first assessment are like a lot deeper than mine because of maybe in part in our experiences. Let me grab some comments here. And Maggie, if you do put another comment, I will make sure to grab it, sweet pie. Let's see. So, all right. Well, Jen 8 says, alcohol is not a pathway to richness. It's suspect is, alcohol always exasperates things, doesn't it? Seems to be. I mean, if the situation's going to go south, and I don't know.
And he has another alcohol-related arrest. I think he's either has a DWI or a DUI.
Yeah, somebody in chat said that, and I believe I had seen that before. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure
yes.
that. Yeah, so
it's in Boulder
problem.
County.
Yeah, so we can say it's a problem. Ashley Victoria says, wait, he said kids are upstairs. That's it. He checked the camera for the kids, then says he sees that, goes upstairs, confronts her, and there in the basement. I wonder timestamps, how long, bizarre. Right, his story doesn't make sense. I think that he was just, being really possessive and psycho about his wife and was checking on her and maybe even was looking for an argument. Who knows?
Or he
Um,
just had, or he had his tentacles up about Bonnie.
yeah, and it sounds like he did. And Bonnie don't sound like that much of a threat to me, but and Karen G says, I think this is a very accurate statement. Underlying issues, alcohol just brought to surface, maybe. Yeah, alcohol is unfortunately can be like the magnifier of the ugly, right? Can be, doesn't have to be, but so Carolina, how are you doing? But before the Millers moved in that house, they had no prior incidents of domestic violence. I mean, why now? 12 years married, and now Mr. Miller decides to lose it. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, so going along with the energy of the house or the stress that the house brings or, something evil lingering in the house, I mean, that is very possible. I mean, we're kind of talking about maybe it was just the right set of circumstances and, a situation that had been gaining kind of pressure and was brought to a crescendo. And Mrs. Miller felt safe, as Chris said, that she was in the safety of others there to actually do something about it. Or maybe there is something else to it,
Yeah, or just like I said, the previous arrest, they were in their other home. I mean, it wasn't domestic violence, but it was a DWI. But as I've worked with as I've worked with victims, domestic violence is usually a progression, and there comes a point where usually the victim says, "I'm done."
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm done.
Yeah.
And I go back I'm not laughing. I go back to that manifesto where she said, and it was very strange then, and it's not strange now, my
Mm-hmm.
husband would never hurt us.
Oh
That's
my
just not
gosh.
something that you
That's right.
say. Like that, like if it's not a thing, it's not a thing. It's not something that you highlight.
Yeah, that's a
So,
really
so yeah.
wow. Yeah, I haven't really reflected back to that oh wow, that's really interesting. Yeah.
And even this time, she said my husband wouldn't hurt the kids, but she was scared for her. So that would be the second time that she has. First, he wouldn't hurt us, and now she's not maybe so sure about us. It's now he wouldn't hurt the kids. So that raised my spidey senses because, again, that's just not something that you volunteer.
Yeah. That's really interesting. That is yeah, that's a great point. You're bringing it, girl. You're bringing it. I mean, you always do, but yeah. Wow. Huh. Dang. Do you want go ahead? Would you go ahead and read some comments? I'm actually looking for the manifesto. Would you mind doing that?
I am. I'm looking there on my screen.
Thank you, darling.
This point, how
What we
do
lovingly call the
they?
manifesto.
How do they? I don't know. I think that there's a word missing there. There was an issue with one of the kids, wasn't there? It sounds like when he knocked the wine glass out of her hand, there was the son, whose name we know because they of that god awful display.
Mm-hmm.
The son was present. So if you commit any act of domestic violence or any act of violence, it does warrant a child abuse charge. And if the other two weren't present, that would be why there was only one.
Mm-hmm. That sounds right. Yeah.
At least in my state.
Yeah. No, that sounds pretty standard. I think you're either exactly spot on or pretty damn close.
Trying to see some other. Who called the police? It sounds like she got her phone back
That's
somehow,
right.
and
It
she
says so.
called
Yeah,
the
it says
police.
so. Yeah. She got her phone back and called the police from her phone. Yeah.
If I walked in on my husband kissing his buddy, freak out or probably shit my pants. But he didn't walk in. He looked for it, and according to the police record, like the police who saw it, it was a quick peck after she looked at the camera, which means she was doing it to maybe it was in good like drunken
Get some kind
fun,
of a
but it just
rise,
wasn't
right?
funny. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I heard the kids were not present but downstairs. Yeah, that's the contradiction, but it could have been because there were neighbors' children there, so there could have been some upstairs, there could have been some downstairs. Don't get me talking about the downstairs fridge.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never get over it. But there could have been, and the downstairs was pretty set up for kids with the whole gymnastics situation. So
Mm-hmm.
they could have been split between both, which could be why only one was present.
Mm-hmm. All very good points. Let's see. Um,
You would know that your husband of 12 years had those proclivities. I think she did. I think she told us. I think she told the police.
yeah.
When she talked about, I don't want to leave my kids. They gave her a victim's advocate, which usually there's some sort of financial, compensation, or I won't even reference the Watts case, but Colorado has a very well established, or Weld County maybe has a very well established victims advocate. So there may be that might be why they were connecting her. But I think she said as much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still reading comments. That was the dumbest excuse ever. LOL, Kelly, you know my stance on this. I don't get it.
I'm trying
Then
to.
she said she was afraid he would leave with the kids. I think he probably used the kids as leverage a lot when you don't
It
have
sounds
the
like that.
means. When you don't
Yeah.
have the means, and as a mother, there can be nothing scarier than to know that like this
Yeah.
person can take them and there's nothing financially I can do.
Yeah. I mean, and that's legit. I mean, we can all. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard stuff.
Moon Angel said, "What about the fridge? Please elaborate." It's just the same refrigerator in the basement that the Watts had, the black fridge.
Yeah.
I do believe that Honey Bun. She said Miss Miller told Bonnie that he was watching the cameras, and she said, "Well, maybe he will see this. Maybe it was all in good fun, making fun of his controlling behavior, which made him mad." I could 100% see that.
Yeah. Want to sell their house. Okay, I know where to find this. All right, I'm gonna get to. I remember where to find this now. I'm gonna get to the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat. So I did like a really quick Google search, and it does say that a divorce has been filed, but
Does
does
it? Okay.
anybody have first? It was like it was a quick Google, so not like the deep dive. What's the case number when
You know,
you're
I
hearing?
really have not been deep diving this. After the one live stream that we did, I thought we did a pretty thorough job of what we did. And then,
Oh, I mean, I just did it today while we
yeah,
were on this. Yeah.
but if anybody, if anybody does have knowledge of that, feel free to go ahead and say so. It's not like you're
Yeah.
saying, you're being contrary to me. I'm just saying I hadn't seen the formal filing yet, and I don't know, but I could be just not aware of it. So feel free to go ahead and speak up for sure.
When I was assaulted by my husband, yeah, I fought back. We was both arrested. I was the victim and aggressor. The judge, like WTF, husband told cops it's over. I hit him when it wasn't true. I live in a state where if either whoever has a mark, whether it's one or both of
Yeah.
you, that's who goes to jail.
Yep. That's how New York is as well.
Well, I'll just have to leave my credit card for bail money because I'm fighting back.
My credit card for bail money. You are a fighter. That comes through in you so clearly when you were like, I had to just leave because, if they're going to go low, I'm going to go to
Take
hell.
it to
I'm like,
hell.
girl, I
I'm
believe it. I know
I'm
that about you.
very, very much. I fight the good fight, but I can
Mhm.
fight the other fight too. Like I just, I have such a heart for victims of any kind, which is why these
Absolutely.
cases sort of take me over.
Yeah. No, totally. Totally. No, I think to be somebody who is that like deeply passionate in a good way, you have to have that little bit of like spice in you. All right. I have to be coming across this here soon.
Were there signs beforehand regarding picking wrong partner? Oh, I don't know. All I can do, I can go back to, if you go back to, it's a public social media. I won't say which platform. She's very young,
Mm-hmm.
very into getting married, period. Like, just very young and very into getting married, very into the wedding. So I can't say that I think that there are red flags, but I can't say that there were for them. I just saying in general, you typically see things before you get married.
Yeah. What? Okay, wait. Okay, I finally got it. I finally got it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, these posts, the manifesto. Yeah, I mean, but everything you're saying right now, it really affirms what we sort of knew from reading the manifesto, right?
Mm-hmm. And maybe, we got a lot of kickback from that feedback, and it was in good fun. Obviously, it was before all of this happened. It
Right.
just was a very strongly worded letter that,
It was. Yes. It
yeah,
was a
no.
very strongly worded. Should I even maybe not go in? I was going to read that one post you were just talking about, but I want
You
the
but
one about the
maybe, but
husband.
I think you like that, maybe not the whole thing, but I think that part is very relevant
Yeah,
to this.
I feel ya. Okay, right. I feel ya. I got ya. We're on the same length. Okay. So, we're not going to read that one. We're not going to read that one. Let's see. Our leggings. We got the leggings. We got
We try to fix our hair.
yeah, we got the hair. I don't own anyone. Jack Squat.
Can't help the birth order.
Right. Yep. You're hitting them all. Let's see. Love is pleasure. Passive aggressive. Oops. So parents, neighbors.
I wonder if she feels like the house is just drywall. Well, she's just drywall and
Oh,
sticks
carpet.
everywhere. If she
Right.
feels
Drywall and
that way.
carpet. Oh, wait, here. Okay, so we got it. All right. Okay. So back when, the Millers first, so this was the post that Chris was referencing. So back when the Millers first bought the house and the realtor took a picture of the family sitting up on the counter, the two adorable little girls and then a little boy. So it would have been the same birth order as, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico. And so sad that they're, not here, that never became a reality. And well, I guess, Mrs. Miller felt that people were giving her a hard time, and she clapped back with a 12-point bulletin, we'll say. So the one that she was referring to that is now kind of eerily foreboding is this. I'll read it. My husband is not Chris Watts and will never, ever hurt us. Do you even hear how illogical and silly it sounds to say that my husband will hurt us like Chris Watts did just because we are living in this house? To say there are evil spirits living here that will possess my husband like they did Chris Watts, that is sickening. What a vile thought. There are no monsters here. Chris Watts made a decision. Oops. Let's see. Chris Watts made a decision as a human being. Hold him accountable instead of some imaginary monster you can't even prove exists. You know who does exist? Chris Watts, and he is in prison where he belongs. Blame that sorry excuse of human garbage for what he did, and stop assuming my husband will do the same thing to us because he's living in this house. A house made of drywall and carpet. You should be ashamed of yourself for even thinking that, let alone having the audacity to type it out for the world to see. Please seek therapy immediately. Yeah.
Doesn't age well.
It doesn't. I know you said that before, and that is such a really good, yes, correct, yes. Yep. Yeah, doesn't age well.
And I find it interesting that she used the term hurt us many times.
Yeah. That struck me as strange upon first reading before any of this. Yeah. I know. Go ahead. Why did that? Yeah. Why do you think that's strange?
I mean, Chris Watts did a little bit more than hurt his family, but it was
Yeah.
it was almost softening it,
Yeah.
and again, it was the same verbiage that she used with the cops. He wouldn't hurt the children, but she wasn't so sure now that he wouldn't hurt her. So, das protest too much.
Yeah. No, yeah, I feel you on that. I know. We tread carefully.
Because after 12 years, I just, and all the, and I could, maybe you could say the cameras in the house are because of everything that happened, but nothing in my career and my work and this, like I said, domestic violence is so close to my heart. Nothing tells me that this happens because you move there are the same way she feels like she couldn't take the kids off of Saratoga Trail, she felt like she couldn't take the kids in the other house either. Like those
Right.
things just don't crop up.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you. Like all of this isn't just like a one-off in any regard. Yeah. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I had to read through this. This is like fast. I mean, this is like it's very, connecting what happened now to all of this. Wow. So hold it. Let me just read this last one here. So, okay. Number 12, to the few of you choosing to continue to drive around my house taking pictures, even though it is now occupied by a family, we see you. And we also see us inside because we have cameras inside too, by the way. Do you honestly go to sleep at night believing you are honoring and respecting Shanann and her family by doing this? You look pathetic and obsessed. Please stop. Even if you, let's see. If you even got this far, thanks for reading. Please respect my privacy, my family, and now our home. The Fredrick Police Department has been on our side and is watching out for us day and night. That's what I said wow about. If you set foot on my, let's see. Whoops. Gotta go back. Sorry, guys. If you step foot on my property with the intentions to harm us or harass us, know that we know our rights. Show some respect. Lastly, a big, massive, I want to finish this since I started it. Lastly, a big, massive, loving thank you to the many who have showed us so much love and support. Thank you to the friends and family who've come over and already created some amazing memories in this house. And blah, 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 along the lines like that. Let's see. Yeah.
It's so interesting when people talk about protection and all the things, and I'm like, the call was coming from inside the house.
Right, right, exactly. Oh, and then wait, let me just finish reading this. I want to go right back to that's a good point. You have already helped fulfill our intention to put love back in here. It's like you're a family, young family moving into a home, a young couple with three beautiful children. You have to have the intention to put love back in there. It's almost like it sounds to me almost like that relationship was in the state of like, trying to repair when they moved in here.
Mhm.
Thank you to the neighbors for giving us the warmest welcome and letting us know how happy you are that we are here. It meant everything to us. Thank you for not kicking us while we were down. Remember how we
Wow.
picked up on that statement before? Yeah,
Mhm.
we'll never forget that. Honestly, there is so much more I could say, but please, please, this is good. Hopefully, this conveys a couple of our points. Please move on and let us live in peace. Is that really so much to ask? Well, I certainly do understand those sentiments, but yeah, again, it ages differently, right?
Yep.
Ages
Kicking
different.
us when we were down.
Yeah, I know. I remember in the last time we read it, I remember we made a point of like, huh, just saying, huh, about that as well.
I I don't know what Colorado's divorce laws are, but
50-50,
three
we know that.
three kids in the state of Georgia. She's, not worked. Looks like they're in through the duration of the marriage. They have two properties that they could sell. I just hope I hope she's in a space to take care of her and her children, because that, to me,
Yeah.
there's nothing scarier than being stuck somewhere.
Oh, I know. I know. I certainly hope she is as well. I mean, what is the probability that she is, given the background that we can, kind of sort of extrapolate from the situation? That is scary.
Mhm. Mhm. This is
Yeah.
because it's just bizarre. It literally, it's this. I'll go to sleep tonight thinking of all the, just drawing the parallels. There was just a different power dynamic, but the parallels are
Yeah.
so similar.
Yeah. So tell us specifically, what are the parallels you're seeing here?
Well, I'm saying that there was like kind of, it sounds like maybe one person in charge, one person that is not,
Mm-hmm.
um, one person that has oversight, whether it's financial or cameras in the house. I think about Shanann getting the alert on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I, I I just, there seems to be the only difference is maybe Chris was the money maker before, but there was not equity in that
Right.
relationship, and it doesn't sound like there's equity in this one.
Yeah.
Um, it's just, the strange thing is that Chris made the money. There was shit. It was just, uh, either way. There's just a parallel, and
Yeah.
again, to me, I think the thing that you've done so well, Kelly, is to like sometimes zoom out on the details and look at it at a macro level and say, when these things are in place, when there's a family in crisis,
Mm-hmm.
I will always say, where there is not equity, and that doesn't mean everybody has to work, but if there's somebody home, the person working has to respect what that person at home brings to the table, and that person who is at home kind of has to pull their share. Like, there's got to be like this partnership, and um I where there is not equity, there is going to be a problem eventually, because cracks turn into craters.
Yes.
And
Great statement.
I just, like I said, my heart stops when it's the woman, but
Yeah.
I hate that. But like I said, I just see, I see parallels. I see control issues. I see financial issues. I see
Absolutely.
um
trying to present
using the
image
using
might
the
not.
kid.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know if I could say using the kids as maybe leverage.
Yeah. Not necessarily maybe putting the kids first, as we would always want, ideally for parents to do with children.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And also maybe, giving, okay, I will try to, La Toaster, I will try to check my email shortly. Okay. I will try to check it and just after we're done, just chatting about this little segment here. Maybe try, having a certain amount of value in portraying an image that is not necessarily reflective of the reality going on inside the walls of the house, the carpet and drywall and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me read a couple of comments here. No, you've really great observations. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You've added a lot to this conversation. Oops.
I want to hear what La Toaster has to say. She said it a
I
couple
know.
times. Can she
Let me
jump?
read a couple of conversations. Well, and let me read a couple of comments, and then I'm gonna check my email. She sent me something in my email, so I will definitely check it. Let's see. Where's my stars? Okay. So Carolina says, but it was just a peck on the lips. For Mr. Miller to lose it like that, should have just asked them to leave, not get violent. Alcohol maybe caused this reaction. Yes to all of that. Yeah. Good comment though. Woo, my ears ringing. Have that happen. Like, just okay. I wonder if must be Merv is thinking of me. I wonder if Mrs. Miller was talking, and probably you too, was telling Bonnie that he was watching cameras, and she said, well, maybe he will see this. All in fun, but also making fun of his controlling behavior, which made him mad. Honey Bun, I think that could very well be, right on. I mean, based on Bonnie's statement to the police, she was aware that Mrs. Miller was feeling afraid of him, and that she was even in a position where she wanted to leave, but she was the one that said she doesn't want to leave because she's not sure what will happen with the children. She can't leave because of the children, really tying into Mrs. Miller's own comment about her fear of Mr. Miller, and also then bringing up the finances right away, like Chris so correctly pointed out there. So yeah, I think that's a great comment. I'm sorry to hear this. Mandy K says, when I was assaulted by my husband, I'm so sorry that happened. And yeah, I fought back and we were both arrested. I was the victim and aggressor, and the judge was like, what the fuck? Husband told cops it was over. Then I hit him when it wasn't true. Yeah, and that probably was the same thing we were talking about when, you guys both had abrasions or some kind of marks on you, right? I was just defending myself. Yeah, and of course, if you're just defending yourself, you could get a mark on you. But I guess it is kind of in a way right for police to bring both parties into custody, because the idea is to to put an end to whatever is the catalyst for the aggression, so no one else gets harmed. I don't know, but Jen 8 says you're great. You're a great panel guest. Yes, she is. She's awesome. I love it when she comes up. Moon Angel says, are you going to do more about NK? Because I have proof of where she is and her new name. Oh, of course I am. Somebody else admit it. Would you be willing to share that with me, even if in an email?
I think I've heard a little bit about this.
Yeah?
I think I've heard a little bit about where she is, what she looks like now.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody who was on here earlier, who I collaborate with a bit, said that I have to talk to her more about this, but claims that she knows who she is and where she is now, and that she's heavy now.
Yes.
Is that what you heard too?
I don't know. I think it was a Reddit board, and if it wasn't her in that picture at the store, she's got a ringer.
Ah.
But it was the state that coincides with where we. It's not Washington.
Yeah, somebody I just highlighted comment. So Scott Davidson.
Yeah, I was going to say the state that
that's what that person said too, huh? Interesting.
So she's
months.
not counting macros anymore, or what?
Right, I know. Apparently she's not. I mean, she was really into those damn macros. Oh my God, like nauseatingly so. Yuck. She's so yuck. I'm sorry, Nicole Kessinger. Like you just are yuck. You're just yuck. You can't help it. Let me see. What happened to? Where is? I don't know about this. There's been sightings in Quebec. There's been sightings in Utah, and this is just in the past few days. Let's see. New photos of. This says new photos of Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger released by Anadarko. I highly doubt that. No, this is just trying to get me a virus on my computer. Yeah, we're not going to fall for that, baby. No, go back. Nicole Kessinger update. She's still in Colorado. Wow, this is like really active.
There's one that says it says I think NK had a baby with another married man. Could be gossip. Could align with what I have heard.
Wow. Here, wait. Let me share with you what I'm looking at here. Okay, so I just typed in where is Nicole Kessinger now, and then I narrowed it down to looking into the past 7 days. Let me open this up to be the past. Oops. Past month. I'm going to open it up to the past month. More fun.
Chat it offline. I
What's
can tell
that?
you how to get to where she is.
What was the first part of what you just said there?
I said if we chatted offline, I could tell you how to get to where she is.
Oh, really? So you really, really do know?
Well, you have to start with the address that she lived at when her and Chris were together, the apartment in Thornton.
Something or else Claude Court.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You had to start with the Thornton address down to the apartment number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And go from there.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to talk. I have to give you did I ever give you my phone number? Because I'm really bad with my email. I'm a much better texter.
No, you've never responded to one of my emails, Kelly.
Oh my God. All right. I'm going to check. Okay. Read a couple comments, please. I'm going to respond to your email right now and give you my phone number. And I'm also going to read what La Toaster is trying to tell us here. If you don't mind reading a couple comments.
I want to. Okay, let's see.
I'm so sorry about
comments. That. Keep the comments coming. I heard the other day that she may have been pregnant with Chris' kid before murder. Highly doubt it. They wanted to live their life without kids for a while. Lindy, I'm with you, but I am not above her lying about it to him because she's a liar. Liar. Never thought of that someone, the address that tells you where yeah, Lindy, listen, if I weren't all the jobs I have as a doctor, I would work for the CIA. I can find anybody.
You're badass.
His cellmate said that NK had written him. I believe that 100%. She's got to keep him under control a little bit. Reddit isn't always right, no, but when you post pictures, I believe it a little bit more. And it's just a good rabbit hole to go down when you can't sleep.
Yes.
She's not in Washington, Utah, or Quebec, and I can prove it. I'm with you, Moo Angel. That's not the states that I have either. I wonder if we have the same state. A lot of haters on Reddit. Haters on who? Because you can hate many people in this case. You can hate her. You can hate Chris. That's all you can hate, actually. So it's just two.
Okay,
If
I sent you my
NK
phone number. Oh, go ahead, sweetheart.
NK wanted to come in your show and give your side of the story, would you interview her? Listen, I would I would I would pay so much money. It would be like a pay-per-view event. Kelly, don't do that for free. If NK wanted to come to your show and you could
Kelly doesn't.
validate that it was her,
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't even.
$49.95 a stream. I would be your pay-per-view.
Hell, man. And I can guarantee you, I would give her a platform to say whatever it was she needed to say. And I know, even though, I mean, I'm not going to try to hide the years of feelings that I've expressed and opinions I've expressed about this, but I am committed to fairness and justice, and I would allow her a fair shot at saying what she needed to say, for sure.
Well, I'll just be watching and snarking in the comments because if she wears that hot rods and lip thing, I'm not participating. That turquoise tank that I can't look at anymore.
Yeah.
What's it? Hot rod and sexy bods, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't
And then
do
it's
it.
like something like lips and hips or
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
Somebody suggested that somebody come on panel. Moon Angel come on panel. That'd be
Oh, well, here,
fun.
let me drop the link again. Okay, now I'm gonna read. Oops, I just copy and pasted "love you" for my email to you, and that's not linked to panel because you're typing a sentence and then you want to type another sentence, but you accidentally type in the middle of the previous sentence. That's what happened. I don't know. Anyway, don't anyone need to worry about that one. Okay. Does anyone know? E. Phillips says, this just caught my eye for some reason. Does anyone without an elderly or disabled person actually have cameras filming the rooms inside of the house? I find that strange, but I don't know. I find that to be strange. I mean, I can understand with the children, if it really were for the purpose of watching the children, but I don't think, I don't, I think that's strange. You said you have cameras in the interior of your house, right? Tell us about that. Chris? Oh no. We can't lose Chris. Chris? Is that me? All right, she'll be coming back. I have faith. The Watts had baby cams. Yeah, good point. And hey, local jazz hands, I've been waiting for an opportunity to say hello to you, so hi. But pointed directly at the baby's cribs. That kind of makes sense, especially with the fixation we had on those babies sleeping.
Yeah. So home cams are a little bit different from baby cams because remember they tried to retrieve the baby cam footage from the Watts. My home cams, so there are parts of my house that, like my basement, there really shouldn't be motion there. So those cameras are motion activated. So if you get past the window sills and the door, there's motion activated cameras. And then where my little doggy lives has a camera, but also like where my kids are, and they are motion activated, but like not during the day. My kids are old enough, but if there's any motion in their room at night, so like if my son gets up to go make a peanut butter sandwich, which he does every night now at 1 a.m., it lets me know. But I do have interior cameras. I have exterior cameras, but I'm a single woman. And like I said, I'm true crime obsessed. And sometimes the
Right.
work that I do puts me in a vulnerable position, which is why you see my dog instead of my face.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I have cameras like on the exterior, and I like always will. I don't think I could function. That's like a must for me. But again, being a single woman, just me and my son. But that's interesting. I guess people feel differently about that. I mean, I could see myself having a reason certainly to put them inside. I had cameras inside my house one time when one of my precious little bunnies was really, really sick. And I was like, wasn't sure she was going to make it through the day. And if I like watch her during the day, because I felt like if she was in like, just like, if she really was like struggling, I wanted to go home and comfort her. But that's my personal experience.
Yeah,
But let me, go
like I
ahead.
said, mine are just like I said, it's basement, it's like kids, it's their rooms, but they're only motion activated after a certain time. And I have one that shows, I have a pretty open floor plan that is the entirety of my downstairs. And that's the thing with cameras, you have to check them. They don't just start recording. So he had to be looking at a live feed to see anything, because I actually have to log into that camera.
Right. And there was somewhere where he like kind of explained that to the cop. Maybe it was in that like conversation they were having after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. There's the Miller situation was the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now I can choose to, once I'm in a live link, I can say, hey, record this. But there's nothing that would say, your wife is kissing her girlfriend upstairs, go look. I don't have that feature.
Right. Alert, alert. Right. That's so
Yeah.
funny. That's so funny. So let me read you. I'm going to read you the email that La Toaster sent me, because she had sent me an email at some point saying that she had an observation that she didn't think a lot of people talked about. So I asked her what it was. And she said, have you ever paid attention to the inside of the garage? I know we can't see the inside point of view during the time he backed his truck in, but we know which garage door was open, which would be the one closest to the front door, I believe. Now look at the body cam from where he came home to open the garage for the police. When did he decide to line up the items back against that garage door? Was it when he got into the car, or was there someone else, like you know who, still in the house after the murders? And is that why the phone pinged? Line up the items back again. Okay, so first of all, here you say you believe we know which garage door was open, and that would be the one closest to the front door. I honestly always thought it would be the one that was furthest from the front door. What did you think about that, Chris?
The garage door, I would think would be the one next to Shanann's office, right?
Yeah, but would of the two garage doors, would the one that was open that he backed his truck into partially, would it be the one that was closest to the front door, or the one that was closest to the outside of the house, like closest to the neighbor's house?
Oh, I would think the one coming out of his garage, not the front porch.
No. Here, let me show you a picture. I don't think my question was clear. Just one second. Interesting, thought-provoking stuff. La Toaster, Chris Watt House. All right.
Okay.
So, no, we need to see an old picture. Okay. Here, perfect. Let me just get this up. Open in a new tab. Whoops. Okay, perfect. Zoom. I'm just trying to make this perfect for all here. Perfect experience. Okay. Okay. Bring it into the stream. Click, 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 click. All right. So as we are looking at the house, there was a garage door that was open that he partially backed his truck into. Is it the one that has the 2825 above it, or the other one? Are you there, love? Well, so I believe, let me read what La Toaster said again. She said, I know we can't see inside point of view during the time he backed his truck in, but we know which garage door was opened, which would be the one closest to the front door, I believe. So when I'm looking at this picture, the one I see as being closest to the front door is that smaller one. And I've always thought that the one that he had open was the larger garage door, the one under the 2825. But perhaps I took that for granted. I do remember speaking about this at some point, but I don't remember the context. I lost my girl here. Oops, this banner's been running forever. There we go.
It's interesting because I think I have to go back to Nate's footage. Sometimes those so I have a 3-car garage. My little one is manual. Not saying this is their situation, but the only one that has like remote is the big one. And like the little one is like for a golf cart or whatever. So I have kind of a similar setup, but it's like I said, it's entirely manual. It's interesting because even
Well, read that comment I have pinned there. That's interesting. I don't think I've thought enough into this.
it had to be the door close to the front door because yes, but her car was also all the way to the left, and he didn't back all the way in. He just backed far enough in for his bed to disappear, if that makes sense. And so that is still a 2-car garage, and it was immaculate. So her car was over to the far left, and he would have been in charge of how far over to the left her car was. So, I mean, I can fit a 2 SUVs in my 2-car garage and nothing in the left. So remember, he only really put the bed in. So
Well, here's what you were looking for, the Nate footage. It's not zoomed in by any means, though.
where's the light? Because the car appears, it looks like it's on the left of the light.
Okay, good call. Good call. Dang, you got all the good stuff today. All right, let's see. Looks like it's to the left of the light. That's a good call.
Oh, it really looks to the left of the light.
Yeah. All right, hold it here. I want to see the very beginning of it here. Let's see. And there's Shanann. All right. Huh. We're so sorry, Shanann.
That footage will never not make my stomach sink.
Yeah.
And
for
like
sure.
you hear the lock open and ugh.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was Atkinson's car driving away.
Mm-hmm.
So soon we'll see the figure walking out of the garage. Or not. That's very interesting. I can't even believe you said that, to the left of the car. Because now I never thought of it in terms of that. Because when this figure was walking out, it looked like it was to the right of that light, which is doesn't necessarily solve any mysteries, but something I never observed before. Did you just gasp?
Yeah, because I thought I just saw something walk out, but it may be.
Yeah, you did. You saw a person walk out.
And that walkout was to the left.
Oh, I thought, here, wait, let me slow it down. Hold it. I'm going to slow her down here. Yeah, okay, right. To left when you're like looking at the garage to that left.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Like he doesn't walk through like the light beam, if that makes any sense at all.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It looks like it's coming out of the little garage.
Now let's see as the car backs in what that looks like. Oops. Okay, here. All right. Car backing in slow motion. Really slow motion.
He can get that big truck through that little garage.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, he's a master mechanic. I just love when they throw that random tidbit in where it makes no sense. So I thought I would throw it in here.
He went to NASCAR school.
Never worked on a pit crew, but he went to NASCAR school and he was a master mechanic for Ford. Didn't do either in real life, but it's
That's
worth
right.
noting.
All right. So here comes the big master mechanic maneuver.
The way I'm holding my breath is not normal.
I know. You're so funny. It should not be this much suspense.
God damn it, just tell us. Just tell us. It's over.
And we just want to know all the fucking answers.
Ooh.
Oh, come on. Chris, do something right. Oh, yeah, it's definitely to the left. It's to the outside.
It's to the left.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. It's to the left of that light when you're looking at the garage
He just
door.
corrected the wheel. Did you see him just... Okay, Kelly.
No,
okay,
no, I
now,
didn't.
Did you see him go... Okay, just go back and watch him fix the back wheel to the left.
Okay.
Just it's like the final maneuver. I might be losing my mind, but
The
just
final master
check,
mechanic maneuver. Okay. Wait. Here.
just watch him line the wheel up, the back wheel up.
All right. Everybody watching right now, you have the patience of a saint. Thank you very much.
I wish I could sing. I would sing a little ditty for you.
Yeah, I know I can't either. All I can offer is tap dancing, which isn't helpful right now. We're looking for the final master mechanic wheel maneuver.
Okay. I think it's definitely the smaller door. Watch that. Watch the only tire you can see. Here it comes.
Oh. Huh.
Even more.
Dude, everything I thought I knew about this scene is wrong. I've always imagined it being the outside.
But remember, there were theories that he actually did something to the Ring doorbell or Vivint, and that Shanann was like he took her out of the front door because remember when he did his sermon on the porch, the pillows on the couch were all messed up, which is not her zhuzh. And so there was I had actually heard that he may have taken her out of the front door because it doesn't get the same way you don't see her getting out of NA's car, like it doesn't get that whole area. But I definitely, if he took her out of the door, it would be that little garage for sure.
Oh wow, yeah, wow. And as I'm like reading what everyone wrote, and Latoaster is the person who sent me the email, says the family car pretty much took up most of the garage with the wider door. So okay, I believe you're right. See, this is why we need each other. All right, so now we're gonna take a look at that because we're gonna see when the bastard himself comes home. Oh, that wasn't it. That was Nate. Sorry, Nate. You're not a bastard. I guess I don't know what you are. Okay, so here. Okay, let's take a look. Here he comes in slow motion. It's like cue chariots of fire. Oh, okay, wait, right there, Kel, right there. Okay. No, it only like lets you, anyway. Is this the car pulling up again? All right, let me put it into regular motion or like full speed here. Even a little faster than full speed. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes, here he goes.
NK, I'm reading one of the comments. So NK was there and they thought they had more time for her to leave. Kids were asleep and that contributed to their demise. I definitely think NK was there when NA was there. And I don't know if she got out of the basement door or that thing in the laundry room. But
Yeah.
I believe she was in the house for sure.
Okay, so here he goes through there. All right. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. He couldn't fit in there. What the heck was I not thinking this whole time? Wow.
Oh, and there's a pole. There's a pole.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
Huh.
But not
Look
the
what you.
hot dog version that Chris sang. The different one. Yeah, no, look at where that pole is to her car. There's no way.
No. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, my goodness. Now, do I have to go back and do all of this all over again? I don't know if I have that many
I
years of
don't know. What does it change anything?
I don't know. Here, wait. I want to find the bomb hover interior perspective. Where are you, bomb hover? Get your ass over here. Here he comes in right after this. All right.
I feel like the picture of NK you've been given is not the real NK. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, there's that pole in the middle. Huh.
Yeah, you can't. There's no getting.
No.
Well, but he only got his little bed. Like he didn't back that much of his truck in, and that's the only thing. But I would go with
No.
the. Is there anything to the right, like in terms of like I use my little third garage as storage. So is there anything to the right that
I'm
would
trying
take?
to look at here. And now, La Toaster, I also want to know what you mean about locking or lining the toys and stuff back up because I wasn't sure what was meant by that.
Oh, it's the garbage cans. Oh no, that's on the other side of the door. Yeah, it could have been.
So now we have Bella's little. Well, this was like Bella's little favorite doll. That one that used to be like Sandy's or something. That one with the really funky hair. It has a name. I can't remember.
Yeah.
In the garbage. I mean, that doll was like a family keepsake. That's interesting because that doll was passed down through 3 generations of Rucheks. And then the one in the garbage. Interesting.
Wonder if the family got it back.
Yeah, Bella like loved that doll. My little Bella. All right, well, keep looking. Just speed this up.
A great moon
Okay, here
angel.
we go.
There are
All right, so now
those who
we're
know the
looking at.
truth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I say moon angel said there are those who know the truth. Yes, Rourke.
So this is what when we're looking at the small side there. This is what you see.
Oh my gosh, look at the distance between NA's body and the door and the
Yeah,
car.
I mean, ain't no truck fitting in there. That's for sure.
No.
Hence your last little final master mechanic's wheel maneuver that you pointed out there.
No, but Latosa pointed out that there I just would have never thought about looking at the light or looking at this, but between that pole, just look at she's not the width of a truck, so
Okay, so
yeah,
now I'm
no.
yeah, no, totally. So now I'm trying to see, are these the toys that you're talking about here, girl? You got to let me know. Here, I'm going to slow it down because we want to try to answer your question. Maybe not tonight because I'm getting a little tired, but let's see. So let's see here. Okay, right. Okay. So, all right. So if he were to have backed in there, some of those toys, I don't know. I am like so confused right now. Let me see if she's commented. All help me out. Guide me for your question here. Go ahead. See, what were you gonna say, darling?
I was gonna say I still think he with the width of everything and how flush it is against the wall, that's still it's not a 2-car garage, but I still think he can get his bed in that.
Yeah. Well, this is actually, isn't this, this is, no, well, this garage is sold as a 3-car garage.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, it definitely is. So if Shanann's car was moved more to the right, and I don't have a separator, but I do have a 3-car garage. And like I said, I had 2 SUVs and my 2-car side and nothing on my 3-car side but junk. And they don't have the junk that I had. And it's still a decent size. It's enough to get, because he didn't back the whole truck in. It's enough to get the bed in. But what do we think? What does this mean?
Yeah, right, exactly. So La Toaster says, yes, it's big enough, but did the back and over, back and over the toys behind the door? So that's what you're asking about, the toys behind the door. Okay. So how did those toys behind the door get to where they are right now if his truck had been partially backed into that side of the garage earlier? Is that the question? Did I at least nail the question?
Oh, did somebody throw their toys away?
Was it, so let me, La Toasters, kind of how I just phrased, is that what you're looking for? Yes, ma'am. Okay, that makes sense.
Got it.
Okay, so given the fact that Watts had backed his truck partially into what we now know is you correctly identified, La Toaster, this side of the garage, it looks as though if you were backing your truck there, those toys, you'd run into them or something. So how did those toys end up back there? Interesting. That is definitely a question I've never heard posed before, and it is kind of interesting.
Yeah. And well, we have the doll in the garage, and then part of me thinks so as a family with only one car, you do use that side of stuff like of the garage as storage, but look how flush it is against the wall. You could
Right.
still get the bed of the truck in if it's lined
So
up
you
the way
think he
it
could
is
have
now.
done that without having to move those toys?
Mm-hmm.
Is kind of the question, I think. Okay.
I think so.
Huh. Interesting. Let me see if I can get another perspective of that there. Bombhover. Bombhover. We love you, Bombhover. Just turn your little body-worn camera around, please.
What? What's the rake?
We can't entertain any more questions at this point in the evening, my friend.
Like, it looked like it was outside the garage.
I know. I feel like we go back through the garage at some point. Maybe. No. Second time back. No, the other body cam. Let's see. Look it. There's the picture. Remember I told you that picture that I got of looks like, right there, of like kind of like the cross. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I just found it in the actual moving freaking body cam video. Okay, we can't even go there right now because we have things to do. I'll mark that. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's a good one. We get together and the insanity increases every time, y'all.
Someone said Shanann's car wasn't parked closest to the garage wall, or she could not have opened it. She also wasn't the last person to drive her car. But I do agree, looking at this, where the car is, even in this video, there's no way.
So let's look. Let's check. Look at this here.
What's that?
Toys.
Behind the door?
Yeah.
What the hell?
See, we didn't see that one little one that was on the inside from the other perspective. Like that. Oh my gosh. We're all a bunch of crackheads. I'm calling it. This makes me feel crazy.
It's almost
it's a
like
good
somebody
question,
parallel
though.
parked the kid. It's like somebody valet parked the kids' cars in front of the garage door on purpose.
I know. And
Look
I
how
think
much
that's
space
why
he has
he
on the
brought
other
that
side of
up.
her car.
Oh,
Go back to
man.
the door. Turn around. Turn around.
Just when we think we've dealt with the questions, there's more questions.
I'm with La Toaster. I think that somebody put the kids' toys behind the car door. I mean,
It
behind the
appears that
garage
way.
door.
Oh, Lord.
Look at that.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Okay. Whoop. Oh. How'd I end up in the basement here? Hold it. There. Okay. All right. Last time I'm watching this. Okay. Here we go. We're going to be panning out of the office soon.
And then you can just pause it because it's super clear. It's all backed up behind the door. Whatever it is, toys, whatever.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Well, I'm trying to find the best vantage point. We went by it. Hold it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Huh.
Aunt Kay was in that house all day long after this happened.
But why would she move those toys?
Because because why would she? Maybe to try to show that there was no way out, or at the when was this taken?
This body cam footage, it's right around approaching 3. It's between, so this is like 3:30 on the 13th.
So this is how far after Nate's watching of the video?
I believe
remember,
let me see if we can
because remember Chris had the house to himself again.
Yeah, well, this is that's right. So oh wait, here we got a timestamp here. Now hold, I've got to do some math because the timestamps aren't correctly calibrated. But hold it. No, gotta go back a minute here. All right.
Kelly, I came here to talk about domestic violence, and now I'm
I know. See,
stuck
this is why we're
on
crackheads.
things behind the
I
garage.
know. Thank La Toaster for this one. 243. Okay, hold it. So,
But more than anything, I think it leads to the fact that those toys were put back there afterward, which means somebody was left behind in the house afterward,
right.
which I
And
believe.
yeah, and I think that was her. So 243. So this is just this body cam footage over here is happening almost simultaneously to Nate. So this is just this right here is just like 4 minutes after Nate's, and then let me see if I find any more timestamps.
But between 5 o'clock and them finding Nate's, I do believe that there was somebody in the house cleaning up, dropping blue gloves,
Nitro
and
gloves.
such.
Wait, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What was it, Boise? Oh wait, here's more garage. All right.
Throwing the kids' dolls away.
Yeah, I know. Bella's favorite dolls. Huh. Well, thanks for the new obsession, Let Toaster. I really appreciate that because I really needed one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't open the garage or back in with that there.
Yeah, you're right.
And I couldn't figure out the point. Like what are we trying to prove? But what we're trying to prove is somebody else had to set that up.
Look it. See, you see in his phone right there, he's taking a picture of the doll.
Yeah, someone's leave Jim alone. Some people were in there doing stuff.
Leave Jim alone.
And I could swear it's too late. We don't have to do this tonight. But when NA and her son went the first time, you could hear Dieter. Like Dieter wasn't like you could hear Dieter barking.
Right.
At some point, Dieter was put in a crate during this before
Oh my.
Chris came home.
Seriously, we did this a couple of live streams ago, and I can't remember the outcome because I was so tired by the end of it. But yeah.
Yeah, no, like I think that's what Dieter was barking. They like you could hear him. And that's where, because remember Nicole said, if they're leaving, if she's leaving, Dieter would be in her crate. That was part of her like rationale to the police. Like the dog wouldn't be out. They always put him away when they're gone. So if she's gone, he wouldn't be out. And then all of a sudden you didn't hear him anymore. Let me shut up. I believe NA and NK paths crossed and they didn't know it in the house.
I think that's definitely possible. Because then we also have the what is it? The 1249 mysterious garage door opening. Oh, I can't even go there. Yeah.
Well, you have the 9 a.m. call that nobody talks about where the police responded to they came out at 9 that same morning.
They did?
Yes. Yes, there was a 9 a.m. well check before any of this happened. By Sandy, based on the school call. So the police came out there pre 10 a.m. and then the only thing that gets airtime is the second one that was 12:30 or 1. But I'm gonna look it up.
Wow. Oh my gosh, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. This shit gets crazy. Hold it. Oops, 1249. Oops.
Yeah, because when they did the interview with the 911 operator, she says, I had just gotten there to do my shift when I got the first call. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I remembered it wrong, blah, blah, blah. But the cops had been out there twice, which if that happened, it makes sense for nosy neighbor to be Nate to be all in the mix the second time, because this is not the
Sure.
first time that but they were there earlier, and I'll send you the the call log of it. But
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
a cop had come out earlier that day.
I honestly, I liked and I thought that was something that was never confirmed. I can't even believe that. Wow. Wow. Let's see. I'm looking up something here. No, that's not it. No, okay, it was 12:49. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oh my goodness, y'all. That's all I can say. And then garage door.
So does anybody know if the Millers are still there? Like, what's back to that?
I know,
Are they
right?
are they still?
What I had heard from people that I initially talked, well, yeah, what I had heard that they're like that nobody's living in there, like from one day to the next kind of thing.
That's interesting, because if it were really a DV situation and there was restraining orders to handle it, would you just not live there at all?
I know. I don't. It is, the whole situation is a little bit weird, isn't it? I know. It is. That's for sure. That's a good question. I'll see if I can find out more about that. I meant to do that before the live stream today, but I just forgot. Truly.
But given that they have another house, I mean, I wouldn't imagine they could do two mortgages and a rent somewhere, but I don't know if they switch in, switch out. But if nobody is staying in the house, to me, that says a lot when there's a court order. If she really felt unsafe by him, and that
Yeah.
was the only reason that, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
somebody would occupy it.
Yeah. No, that definitely is strange. That's for sure. That is for sure. Let's see. All right, I'm going to grab a couple comments and I got to go because I have been on live streaming with this channel or another for a long time. Think for yourself says, regardless if the doors are locked or there is no sign of forced entry, that is true. What time was the doctor's appointment? I think it was 9:30.
Mm-hmm.
I have been telling no one pays attention. Moon Angel, in regards to what, darling? Let's see. Everything about the welfare check was off. We have more to talk about, but it's late tonight. Debbie, amen. At some point, I just got to say, this is it.
Yeah. I think there was more than one welfare. I mean, I think the record showed there was more than one welfare check, and the lady was like, "I just got to work." You don't mix up just getting to work from being at work for 4 hours before you get the call. So I'm gonna go with what she said the first time. That was the time
Yeah.
the first welfare check came in. She said, "I got to work at 9 o'clock."
Huh. Huh. Okay. Phone pings don't lie. People do. Well said. Local jazz hands. Bingo. The toys were put there on purpose. But why? Why? The toys were there to throw off
To
law
make it look
enforcement.
like he didn't back in.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that was what my first thought was. But okay, yeah. Sometimes it is just like that. Okay. That's the same officer who responded to the Miller call. Watch the obsession down the rabbit hole again. I remember that's how I found your channel. I love your playlist. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you for watching, my friend.
The same officer responded?
Well, Coonrod was the first one to respond here. Coonrod is the officer who approved Officer Ed Goodman's report of the Miller incident, and it appears that Officer Ed Goodman was the first to report to the Miller incident, and he also was in the Chris Watts discovery.
Jeez. I would have taken my lunch break when that call came in, but that's just me.
Right. Like, no. Oh, man. Well, author Kathleen McKenna Houston's going to be helping us out again because I think she might be doing another Watts book. So she's a really good researcher. That'll be helpful.
What's the name?
Kathleen Houston. She's been on here. Check her out. She's been on here. She's been on this channel several times. She said a book come out today called Dream House, and it's about the Corey Richards case. And I mean, the dedication's in the book. I'm so honored. I've never been in a book dedication.
Oh, you deserve it. Amanda K, I am vibing with your comments.
Oh, yes. I know. I was vibing with her comments earlier, too. She's got good comments. Yeah.
Some believe NA actually got in the house around 9 a.m. but didn't tell anyone because she knew something bad happened. And I don't think she did anything nefarious.
Right.
At all.
Right.
But I think she got in that house, and there's something about the makeup bag and the purse. And again, not nefarious, but there's something about the preservation of reputation. And that's all I'll say with that. But
sure, no, I get that. I think
there's some that was not her first time. I don't think Chris was smart enough to relatch the top lock when he left. I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, I just don't think he would have been in a state of mind.
I was gonna say with you got a lot going on. You got your grilled chicken and your protein shake and your wife and your kids and your mistress all in the house.
Right.
You're busy. You're not relatching it. So I do believe Nicole got in. And I think one thing, let's link it to earlier. Nicole, and I'm not saying anything out of NA is a DV survivor.
Yeah.
And has a very powerful story. And I think when you've been through it, when people's like, she overreacted, I don't think she overreacted. She reacted like you were saying earlier based on her experience.
Yeah.
And maybe what she would have wanted somebody to do for her. Or maybe
and
what somebody did for her.
because she'd been talking to Sandy, and Shanann had just spent 6 weeks with Sandy. And regardless of the nature of the relationship between mother and daughter at the time, I always maintain that, the connection you have with your child, Sandy knew something that Shanann was in or headed swiftly in a state of crisis. And, she was on high alert.
Yeah. And like I said, whatever Nicole Seasons felt, like I said, when your brain is wired differently when you've been through, I think, what she has been through. And so I think she was so super sharp and but there's something about that makeup bag and purse. And I think I know what it is, but I won't say it. But there was certain things that it changes nothing. I still think she's a hero, but I think there was some stuff that she got out of there.
Okay. Yeah.
For preservation of and maybe not to obstruct, like if they found certain things, there are certain stigmas around mental health still, and maybe there were just certain things that the family didn't want police to find and be like, oh, she's a this, she's a that, she left, she anything.
Like depression medication or
Yeah,
something.
you
Okay.
know, and anything like that for any mental you know, health illness. I think that there could have been a, you know, we want them on top of this, and anything that would detract, because you know, I
Yeah.
think if they would have found, you know, lithium, Clonopin, whatever,
Right.
they
Yeah.
might not
No,
have moved as quickly.
I think that makes sense as well. I absolutely do. Karen G also says I agree with the statement. Yeah. Yeah. Local jazz senses said, did anyone find out what happened with the 10K? I would bet the ranch that it went to the MLM, but we can't even approach that at this point. It's too late in the game right now.
Did it go to the mortgage? Because the mortgage was only 3 months behind again, but wouldn't it have gotten them to what, June? Wait, May?
I just
February?
feel, yeah, I feel very certain that it went to Thrive, and I can like kind of financially like build a case for you, but my brain is a little too much like tapioca pudding right now. But I mean, some of it could have gone to that, but I do not believe all of it
At
did.
least a couple months. Yeah. I
Mm.
mean, I've heard different stories that they found however many, almost $30,000 worth of Thrive. They
Yeah.
didn't, but you know, they were 3 months behind going into 2018. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't 9 months behind in August. So at some point, something had to get paid to,
Right. That's true.
yeah.
That's true. Local jazz hands said, wouldn't Nate have footage if people were there at 9 a.m.? Maybe not.
I think he does.
Ah, there you go.
Not only does he have footage, I think Nosy Nate was out there at 9 a.m.
Oh, there
How
you
about
go.
that?
Maybe he was. Something we can all agree on. Well, I think many of us can agree on. Bonnie Riggs says Kobach failed. Kobach was a failure. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kevin Kobach. I see you as being a failure.
100%. That's the one who, is that who interviewed NK?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, no.
And hey, Red Sassy Fox, but we've got to be ending this soon because I'm freaking tired. Get Nate on chat, Kelly. Oh my God, I would love to. I would love
Nate
to.
looks tired. I don't know. I was watching one video where somebody was going to do the walk around the Watts house. Nate has aged 15 years and 5. Like, he looks exhausted.
Yeah. 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 He's probably carrying a lot of heaviness around. Moon Angel says, look, not if the door was locked from the inside. No, would not have that camera on. No, if the door was locked from the inside, Nate would not have that camera on. Huh.
Does she mean if NK went in the first time? Because remember when NK was dropped off, I mean, when NA dropped off SW, all you
Mm-hmm.
saw was her car leaving. You didn't see her car in the driveway by Nate's camera.
Right. Well, you saw her
That
your car backing out of the driveway.
I didn't see it backing out. I saw it coming
Here, we
down
can look at it
past
right now.
his.
We can look at it right now. Let's see. I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay,
I
so here
never
is it.
saw it leave the driveway. I
Right.
just saw it coming
Well,
down.
watch it right now. Okay, so see, she's pulling out right now. She was backing out. Do you see that? Did you see that or no?
Okay, I see you. I
Let me
got
go
you.
back. Yeah, so see
No,
y'all
I
here.
see
So,
it.
okay, cool. So she's backing out there. Yeah, and then doing a little turn, and then we see that from the ring cam. So that's the ring cam. That's not Nate's cam. And then the next thing we're going to see will be
That's
from
a
the
good point. It's not, that's the ring cam. Nate's cam has her just
right.
driving away.
I
That's
believe
a
that's
good point.
yeah.
And
So now
Chris actually has control over what's on the ring cam.
right. Yeah, so you just see the yeah.
You don't see her pull in, you don't see anything. You just see headlights.
Yeah. Oh my God, y'all. Okay, I am so tired. I love y'all. This has been fun. We have talked about a million billion things. Now, you know, the obsession is even bigger. The research queue is even broader. No, I'm
Telling
just
you.
kidding. Oh, you guys are great. That's all. Let's see. And Moon Angel's got us all paying attention. Let's see. So Nate would have had the footage for the garage. Night all. Check. Night Debbie. Sharon. Hi, Sharon. How are you? Why would NK say pawn the ring at the point if she was only missing? I know. I agree that is suspect. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly. To something or other. That's all I'm going to say. Well, thank you for saying what you've had to say. I do appreciate it. Long night already. Yes. Amanda K says, what's the obsession? Dwayne asked NK, yeah, did that something around 9 a.m. and she was very like evasive about it.
Oh,
Yeah. And
she
then,
shut. She wasn't evasive. She
well, she
essentially
didn't.
told
What
him to
happened
shut
was
the
she was like, no,
F
no,
up.
no, Dad, no, Dad. We're going, we're on Sunday still. We're on Sunday. And Kovac, being the dipshit that he is, he was like, yeah, Dwayne, we're on Sunday. Like, and he just picked up on nothing nuanced whatsoever.
Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that even he mentioned that 9 a.m. But I'll go find it. And the I honestly I think the operator's call might have been Nicole too, which is insane. I think her name was Nicole too, and what she said the first go around was like, I just gotten to work when I got the call after 9, and they did a wellness check, but from what I read, it was like they kind of walked around, kicked the tires, but didn't make anything of it, and I don't know what changed between 9 and almost 1, but they were there earlier.
Huh.
And
Yeah, let me know if you find that. I feel like that's making me feel like I'm
yeah,
crazy.
because when you think about Nate talking about her having diabetes and all that, like, how
Well,
does she know?
I think they said that she had diabetes. That's something I believe that I've always felt it was known. If you want the police to get moving, say somebody is somewhere you can't get a hold of them and they have diabetes, because people who are diabetic are so likely to pass out and it can become really serious really
Well,
quick.
why would Nate say that? And what would the conversation have been had for him to say that?
See, I don't know that this conversation's come up so many times over the course of the channel. I don't know if that is what was said. And someday we're gonna have to like just go through and do a like re-listen to the discovery, because
It's actually in the video when like
right
he
here,
asked the thing
it's like right here, I think.
from the garage. Is he on his back porch?
Yeah, here. Let's just
Yep.
listen here. Nope. See, it's like if I move it a little bit, it goes like further than I want it to. Sorry. Here. Get back to that porch. There we go.
You can't enter the house unless you see signs of. Yep, I've got to have more unless I get consent from him to go in.
Wait, hold it. Let me go. Motherfucker. Did I just do that? Back to the porch. There we go.
Yeah, I think she's diabetic, to be honest. Oh, is she?
Yeah, he just goes, yeah, I think she's diabetic, to be honest with you.
My mom knows.
But
And he
says
goes,
in
my mom
multiple,
knows.
yeah, but in
Oops, go ahead,
multiple
honey.
videos says he had no like real interaction with her. So how do you go from no real interaction to her being
Yeah.
diabetic? I think that there was a conversation had with NA about her maybe low blood sugar that weekend. But
Oh yeah.
there was a meeting of the minds because everybody was just comfortable walking in Nate's house. There was something that happened earlier, and again, I think NA is a hero. There's nothing nefarious there, but there
Yeah.
was an intent
Yeah.
to build a sense of urgency.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. It is how you happen, like you said. Yeah. Officer Coonrod did not know he was becoming a movie star.
What's Shannon's number?
Mandy K has a theory.
Okay, what is it?
It's pretty loud. Sorry.
I would love to hear it. Let's see. Oh, you have a theory. Okay. Do state. La Toaster says, Moon Angel, the same person who lined up the toys in front of the garage, locked the latch on the door, too. And, well, prior to that, Moon Angel said, let me ask you all this. Why was the safety lock on the front door? Who locked it? The person inside the house did that. Yes. And then to that, again, La Toaster said to Moon Angel, the same person who lined up the toys in front of the garage locked the door, too. And then to that, Moon Angel said, oh my God, laughing my Moon Angel ass off. Okay.
I wonder just if it was common practice, and I feel like I heard NA say no in an interview. Was it common practice for them to lock that at night? I believe NA said in an interview it was more common for them to lock it during the day when Cece was awake.
Yeah, she did say that. Yep. That's right. That is right. Local jazz hands, hey, help. Local jazz hands, help. Carolina said, sometimes I feel like NK is in this chat. I get this weird sense that if there was any channel she'd lurk in, it would definitely be this one. Well, I am honored for you to say that.
Oh, 100%. Wish I could just nail it down to a screen name, but she probably doesn't say anything.
Oh, she's not one to be quiet.
Unless we talk about her shirt or she wasn't that attractive or something. She'd chime in that.
Yes, I agree with that. Let's see. All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to end this because I'm really tired. But this was fun. We will be doing another Watts live stream soon because now I have more crap to think about. Thank you all.
Funny.
But really great insight and observations as always, Chris. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I always love it when you're on panel. So does everyone else. Thank you for moderating that. This was your first one. It was a long one. Thank you all so much to all the rest of the moderators. You guys are awesome. Jen asked, do y'all think that law enforcement swore her to secrecy? Gosh, I don't know.
I think it's more than a swear. I think she probably signed something.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think in a way her freedom depends on it, because they are law enforcement, right? So. Sweet Crazy says, I bet they locked it at night too. I bet that they did. I would imagine they did. I mean, it is that you're right. Nicole Atkinson specifically mentions they would lock it during the day, went to keep CC in. But yeah. Well, thanks for bringing us deeper down the rabbit hole, La Toaster. I really appreciate that. Next time, I'm just gonna keep my big mouth shut about your goddamn email. I'm just kidding. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Because Chick says, I think she was given immunity. Yeah. Well, how about, what is it? Oh, it's Tuesday, and Friday evening I have the Tilted Lawyer scheduled for the Idaho case. So let's reconvene here on Thursday evening. I will schedule a live stream, and y'all are stuck here, okay? If you are here tonight, you're on board. You are a permanent resident. I'm sorry. I am not giving you a visa off the island. It's just not happening. So you better be back here on Thursday and we'll talk more about things. Hi, Rosie P. Yes, definitely watch replay. Let us know what you think. So thank you so much, Chris. You're awesome. And you got my number now. So text me so I have your phone number so we can actually communicate.
All right. Thanks for being such an amazing host as always.
Oh, well, thank you for adding so much amazing insight. I appreciate you, girl. And so does everyone else.
All right. Thank y'all. Good night.
Good night. Yes, we do love our Watts family, don't we? Oh my goodness, we better, right? Okay, y'all. So I'm just going to play us a little outro here. I'm never going to, and I really am very tired, but I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Moderators, thank you for everything you do. Members, thank you for being members. Subscribers, love y'all. And if you aren't subscribed, consider it, because you know you want to come back to this shit show. Come on. You know it's more than that now. You're not allowed off the island. Go click subscribe because you're coming back. I said so.
Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, vanished on Monday. Their startling disappearance triggering a statewide alert as police and the FBI focus on her home outside Denver, where she was last seen.
And the viciousness of the crime. And equally aggravating in this court's determination is the despicable act of disposing of the bodies in the manner in which they were done in this case. I've been a judicial officer now for starting my 17th year, and I could objectively say that this is perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen.